Motion to re-adjourn.
Got it.
Sarah, seconded by John. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Okay. Thank you all. With that, we will go to music. Thank you, Colleen, for being here. That is RC 13.
Good afternoon, everyone. As always, thank you for having me. Happy to present on RC 13. So as you can read in the narrative, the music department in the Darien Public Schools is a comprehensive standards-based program of sequential musical study that delivers quality music education services to all the students in grades pre-K through 8 and to approximately 280 students at DHS who participate in one of the performing ensembles or music electives. This includes students in the ELP program and the adaptive music program. We strive to be universally inclusive, offering high quality music education and instruction from highly qualified teachers who are experts in their music teaching area to all students at all interest and ability levels. There are no major new initiatives or spending requests in the music operating budget. So I'll just briefly explain what's listed in each account and we'll welcome your questions. So our account 13035 software represents computer software and cloud-based programs that are important to delivering music curriculum. The request in this account is very similar to last year. The slight increase represents increased prices for 2 of our current applications. For account 23003 textbooks consumables, the increase in this account represents a request for new method books for guitar ensemble. We started the class this year. It's been really successful. We identified a method book that would be more effective than the one we piloted this year. So we would expect to continue using the textbook in this budget in future years. So it would not be considered a recurring increase. For account 23002 classroom reference, this account represents all of the choral and instrumental music for all the musical ensembles in grades 3 through 12. And the increase in this account represents an increase in the cost of musical octavos, including hard copy and digital. Account 23004 resource materials. There's a decrease in this account, so we were able to discover some efficiencies with how we allocate student accounts and teacher accounts for our cloud-based programs. Account 24005, general teaching supplies. This represents all new and replacement teaching supplies for all music programs pre-K through 12. And this request is very similar to last year, was developed by prioritizing needs and getting quotes to ensure that the budget stays balanced between accounts. Account 25003, professional development. Music teachers in Darien are very active in professional organizations. They attend local, state, and national conferences to improve their practices and stay current in the field. Many of our teachers even present at these conferences and bring students to perform because they are exemplars in the field of music education, both locally and nationally. This line provides them with $125 per teacher to attend workshops and conferences to support progress toward SLOs and teacher goals. Account 25013, this is temporary hourly services. This account represents piano accompanists for choral presentations throughout the district. There is an increase in this account, and that represents funding for our new proposed course at DHS, Theatrical Storytelling and Design. An important element of this new class is the inclusion of guest presenter funds that would be used to hire professionals who are currently working in the field of technical theater to present and advise on student projects. So for example, someone who might specialize in the LED wall, specialize in costuming. So that would be these specialized people to come and provide extra expertise for our teachers and students. Account 25026, dues and memberships, slight increase just based on increased membership fees for one of our organizations. No increase in music transportation. Account 72044, repairs and service contracts. This is our general repair and maintenance account for all district-owned band and string instruments. This is the account where we put the maintenance plan for the video wall. So when I was presenting a few months ago on having the video wall accepted, we talked about that maintenance plan. And so the Darien Foundation donated the video wall. Funding in this account includes the $12,800 to implement a service plan to ensure that the wall is maintained. And this would include 24/7 access to support requests, 20 hours in labor, guaranteed maintenance to repair minor issues before they become major issues. And then it could also address any emergencies such as an unexpected lightning strike or something like that that would damage the LED. And if we're in the middle of a presentation or a show, I think it's really important that we have people at our service ready to come in and service this wall. Tuning of pianos, 72045, no increase. And then the last thing I'll talk about is just account 73011. So we've talked about the instrumental leasing program in the past. We're coming off of a 5-year instrumental lease that enabled us to purchase needed instruments and pay for them over a 5-year period. In discussion with cabinet, we decided that with interest rates being high, we're electing to purchase instruments each year and have developed a 5-year cycle to purchase the instruments we anticipate will be needed to maintain our high quality instrumental program. These instruments help teachers create balanced ensembles and allow them to program a wide variety of repertoire, and it allows our most advanced students to play on high quality instruments. So the former instrumental lease was about 47,000 over the 5 years. So that was approximately 9,436 per year. So I asked the teachers to outline what instruments they thought they would need over the next 4 years. We quoted and prioritized them, and we were able to come in at a very similar 5-year cost. And just something to consider as you look at the budget is you can see the chart of what we anticipate needing over the 5 years, and we got quotes for those. Because we're not locking them into a lease and we're not locking those quotes in now, we just have to keep in mind that the prices could be subject to inflation. So that should be taken into consideration year over year, as I don't anticipate that our needs will change, but we have to obviously get quotes. And if prices of instruments increase, we would have to consider that in the future. So that's really the operating budget. I really tried to come in very close to last year, so I'd welcome any questions that you have.
Okay, I'll open it to board questions. Dennis.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you. Thank you for the chart on the replacement cycle. Just a question on those is, what is the life expectancy of these items?
Instruments can last quite a long time. And these are instruments that we inventory and we maintain. So instead of waiting till a bridge is about to fall off, we get it repaired early. So these really can last 10, 15, 20 years or more. Just depends on the instrument.
Okay.
And how well we store them.
Thank you.
In terms of what we buy versus, I see you, Dave, what we buy versus what we lease. We buy these because these are things that students can't bring back and forth. Or other students lease their own instruments, correct?
Generally, yes. Students generally families provide their own instruments, but we have some instruments on just on loan for students whose instrument is under repair, for students who have financial need and can't purchase an instrument, and then for large instruments or like specialty instruments. So your child might, play clarinet until junior year, and then we ask them to play bassoon. We're not going to ask you to purchase or rent a bassoon for 2 years. So these are the things that we provide, and but these parts are in the high quality instrumental repertoire that we perform.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the Darien Foundation. Just a quick question on the 12.8. It's not a big number in scope of the budget or even this RC. Just want to understand, I wasn't sure from the narrative, are we taking that 12.8 every year, or is that an annual cost, or does that go over a few years?
It's an annual cost. An annual cost.
12.8 annual, so we, absent some other source of subsidy, we'll be taking that on after this year. Okay, thanks.
Robin, then Sarah.
I have a question, and this is not, it's related to the music lab refresh, which is for the DHS music program. And I don't know if you have knowledge about, I just had a question about it. It's in the technology budget actually, or should I save that question for the tech?
I mean, I can answer questions
I
about
just
the.
wanted to know about what it was used for and how many students use it. Because if, my question really is with the Bring Your Own Device program, do most students already have a Mac? And so do we need to refresh the old Mac lab? I just was trying to understand the need for that going forward.
Is it okay if I answer that? 'Cause okay. So we currently have a Mac lab that includes 21 machines, right? And we found that with the Bring Your Own Device, the majority of the work that students can do is on their own device. So in the proposal, we're only asking for 6 student stations and 1 teacher station. The reason for this is that some high-level projects, so for example, there's a program called Logic that students use, and this is like professional quality mixing and sound production. Bring Your Own Device and outdated computers can't support that type of infrastructure, if that makes sense. So we feel that it's important to have higher quality machines available to students when they are doing those high level projects.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
I don't have any individual questions about the line items, but I'm wondering when you want to talk about combining music and art.
We certainly, the other questions are exacerbated perhaps, but I'm happy to deny it. Whatever.
Greg, is your question?
There's a similar question they had on the sports thing. Like, there's no revenue in this. Is there any opportunity to generate revenue, concerts or others? I know there's a ton of talent.
Question. We haven't looked at it in this area. I think that is something to take up. Colleen, do you want to just answer that briefly, whether you've seen other districts look for revenue opportunities like concerts or?
Are you talking about like ticketing for concerts or something?
They do a concert and sell tickets and people like you can come watch the incredibly talented folks at school.
I think it depends on, you know, I'm kind of new to the community and to the district. I know it's been past practice that student concerts are typically free, and that we're providing that as part of our operating budget, and that's quote unquote, you know, their final exam. And I do know that there are districts that have, you know, fundraising concerts, and so I think it just depends. It's a discussion that we could have if that's something that philosophically the board would want to look at. I'd be happy to look at it in the future.
I think it's worth looking into, sure.
In the future. Okay, we'll be talking more about revenues for around sports. We can talk about it in this category as well. Julie.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Just a quick question on transportation.
Sure.
A flat transportation line is a
Yeah.
pretty exciting thing. Are these all school buses, and how is it that you're keeping the costs flat?
That's a great question.
Fewer
You know,
trips,
I inherited this budget during COVID, which was very interesting because we weren't running field trips. So I've been treading kind of lightly each year, trying to find out if we need to increase it. So far, we haven't. And, you know, we've been running field trips. One of the savings actually has been, and this isn't the reason that we're doing elementary concerts in their home buildings, but one of the offsets of that has been we haven't needed to transport the students to the high school for rehearsals because they're performing at their own buildings. So that's, I think, something that has kept it relatively flat. But again, that has nothing to do with why we've made that decision to move the concerts there. It's just kind of anecdotally what has helped us balance it.
Rich, there's not any contractual,
The race will go up 12%.
so this includes that 12%.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look historically, the music department spends between $9,000 and $10,000 on buses, excluding the year of COVID. So you're usually a couple $1,000s under the expectation, but the rates for every bus you use will go up 12%.
Right. Okay. Alan, you want to?
As part of the administrative organization, we have taken the music position and created a director of visual and performing arts, and that revisits an issue that we have done before or discussed before. But it collapses the art coordinator position into this particular position, and the supervision of the arts, visual, performing, drama, so on, under Colleen's umbrella. So that would be a position, sort of ELP right through grade 12 and even beyond that a little bit when there's experiences needed, but essentially ELP through grade 12. So this rolls into the presentation on the art. That particular teacher coordinator position will be assumed by this administrative position. It increases the teacher oversight to about 31 teachers, which is compatible for the most part with our other teachers in the other departments. So essentially, this is an efficiency we're looking at, and it's a 0.2 FTE efficiency and a stipend position.
What do we take off the plate of the director of music to turn that person into the director of performing and visual arts?
The answer is not a lot. In fact, actually, a very, very little in some cases. Right? We're asking actually, she's sitting here, so I'll look at her. The director now of the Visual and Performing Arts to assume a greater responsibility. I think we have efficiencies there in that particular area that we can do that.
The current oversight of that role is.
There are people in this budget from the oversight of music to the business department who will be assuming redeploying some work and reassigning some work.
Can we have that sort of on a page, please? What we can just see in summary, Sarah.
It's a little awkward with Colleen sitting here, I'm sorry.
Jacqueline's here also.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see Jacqueline there too.
Respectfully to her.
So the director of visual and performing arts, I understand, that they kind of are lumped together, but does the person in this role have the capability and knowledge to be able to evaluate teachers of both disciplines? A, and B, when you're thinking about like ordering and that kind of stuff for art supplies, and again, would this person be able to have the knowledge base to do that effectively and efficiently?
Well, the supervision, I've always said to anybody privately, an administrator or otherwise, it's always better if you're assessing and evaluating, particularly the evaluation, that's what you're asking about, the evaluation of someone, if you're in that discipline. I'll stand by that. I have said that before. I would say that again, but it's not mutually exclusive that you cannot do that, even within world language. We're not Chinese. The world language coordinator doesn't, I don't believe she understands Chinese, right? But she understands good instruction. And that's the same this isn't an unusual model. This is a model that surrounding districts use and have used for a while. So ideally, it would be in the same discipline, but I don't think it precludes it, nor does it have to. You've got administrators every day. Some of them don't understand physics, some of them don't understand mathematics, but they have to go in there and actually evaluate regarding good practice. And what was the first question? Sorry.
No, just in terms of just the logistics.
Well, the logistics, they'll work that out through department meetings and working with the staff in the actual department.
And is there any salary increase for the larger responsibilities or no?
It's increasing to the full year. So we'll be increasing to 10 days.
So it has to be negotiated, but we're assuming a 10-day increase, which is about $7,000.
Okay, thank you.
Katie.
Alan, what do you see the student impact of this change being?
I didn't hear what I see it doing in.
What do you see the student impact of this change?
Well, there's no student impact, immediate impact in terms of the courses that are offered and so on and so forth, right? I'll just put out there too, we also have the arts coming up to the visitation to the tri-state. But that doesn't mean that you don't stop making sort of decisions along the way. The new position and the coordinator of that new position has to take a visionary role at looking at, particularly in the arts and program development and further development. Yes, I think it'll take Colleen's here. I'll say Colleen, if you don't mind me using her name. It'll take her a bit of time to get up to speed and so on, and it'll take a lot of collaboration from the department, which is understandably certainly in the immediate time more challenging. But It would be the instructional leadership part, instructional oversight part that I'd be most concerned about, right? And looking at, and I believe that we can do that. It's a model that has been used before in other districts.
So specifically, what about the things that happen outside the classroom blocks? Like we have an incredibly robust art department that is a wonderful source of pride and also for, I think, a creative and safe space for our students, to the art shows that we have, to how that's gone further and we have alumni art shows. How will the combined director continue those programs? Well, how will those types of things work?
She would have to, he or her, in this case, would have to provide those experiences. They would continue. We fully expect those activities to continue.
Questions? I have one, I just forgot it. Okay. So on Tuesday, we're looking for more, again, kind of life in a day on a page of how this would change. In terms of day-to-day, but there's two components. There's sort of the daily evaluation planning. And then there's the bigger instructional leadership piece that you mentioned, the student impact. Understanding of that, please.
Mhm.
Anything else for today?
This is back. This is not on the restructuring. This is something I meant to say before. Is that all right? Or do you want to finish it?
You have a restructuring.
Just to ask if we could get a breakout of what's in the clubs and councils line for this RC 101-003.
John, did you have something?
Yeah, so if approved, we recommend collapsing the two RCs, Rich. So this budget, there's going to be two separate RCs.
So currently it's shown as RC 13 music, RC 14 art. So typically when you have a school district that has a combined director of visual and performing arts, it's one cost center. So going into next year, we would collapse the two into one.
And you do pro formas.
So within Munis, for example, you'd have a music code and then an art code, and then they'd roll up into categories. So like if you think about it as like the high school, we have math codes, we have science codes, we have English codes, and they roll up into like teaching supplies. We'd have something similar.
Okay, but that would occur in the new.
Correct.
Okay.
Do we have a third comparison of the models?
We can have one, yeah.
Thank you. Robin?
Just on that vein, would it be possible then to be able to see like in the object detail, for instance, the breakdown or some kind of additionally detail, the breakdown of the art equipment purchases versus like, just so that we can understand what's going on when it's all consolidated?
Yep.
Just because the supplies I think are important and equipment.
Public comment.
Anyone in person? Please state your name and address for the record, and if you're in representation of an organization, please state that organization's name.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Pine, 214 Old Kings Highway South. I'm a DPS parent of two musical children, grades 1st and 6th grade. I'm a passionate music educator myself in a neighboring district, as well as a member of the Darien Music for Youth. I wanted to highlight some concerns that I have about the DPS music program. As I'm sure the board is aware, there's documented research that demonstrates the link between participating in music education opportunities and social emotional learning. I've seen a statement in which the plan is to reduce the number of music teacher FTE by 1.8, which represents the biggest specialty FTE impact in our classrooms. While this doesn't sound like much, I know firsthand this will inevitably be crushing to the music department. I would like to know how the consultant determined these numbers and if this was purely based on class size averages, which is not an appropriate measure for assessing specialized classrooms. I would also like to know if the board considered the long-term ramifications of removing 1.8 FTE from the music staff across the middle and elementary schools. We pride ourselves in offering music to every student ELP through 8. As enrollment in music classes and ensembles start at the elementary levels, students who are not given an equitable experience or who have a negative experience, this will have long-term impacts on our music program over the next decade. There will continue to be lower enrollment in performing ensembles, less funding for our programs, and fewer musical opportunities for our children across the board. We will likely see a sharp decline in our music program that will take years to rebuild, undermining the work that the department has already been doing since the rebuilding of COVID. Is there a plan as to what the new structure of the music program will look like? For example, will we be releasing 2 full-time employees and adding on 0.2 FTE to someone else? As the proposal is to cut small pointages across various schools and grade levels, I would assume that the music department would need to be completely restructured to let a non-tenured teacher go and to absorb the other classes and/or students. Would teachers be expected to split their FTE between buildings and therefore disciplines? Is there an appreciation that FTE for music is not comparable to FTE of general classroom teachers, as they specialize in both strands, band, orchestra, choir, and general music, as well as grade levels? It's not a matter of absorbing students in other sections to match the class ratio size. For example, a 3rd grade string class cannot be combined with 5th grade band. I would like to note my thanks for all that Darien Board of Education and the music department do for our children, and hope that these special interest considerations will be thoughtfully addressed. Thank you.
Just to be clear, though, this is out of the elementary FTEs, Rich.
There's a 0.6 at the middle school and a 1.2 at the elementary.
Not,
Crystal Hill, co-chair of CDSP, 300 Brookside Road. We had just a quick clarifying question on the LED service wall plan of $12,800 a year. Is that a stipulation or requirement that came out of accepting the gift, or is the district in full control of continuing that year to year and being in charge of that decision-making process?
I would have to go back to the actual language in the contract, but I believe it was a part of the understanding. I was very explicit with that when we actually presented it here at the board table.
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry. It's okay, Jill. 17 Pleasant Street, Joanna Walsh, CDSP. Also just wondering at the high school level, what is the number of students enrolled in music or extracurricular music, and what is the number of students that take art, both extracurricularly or really more in the classroom? Thank you.
Anyone else in person? If anyone online would like to participate in public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Miss Laura Pesky, you are unmuted and recognized.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Going back to the responsibilities for the director of music to be overseeing art, to the point and the question that was asked on supplies and ordering supplies and the knowledge base, what about the curriculum? Like, I believe that they will also be designing or helping create curriculum as well. Is that, I mean, I know that this person is extremely smart, but how much time does that take up, as well as the expertise needed for that? Thank you. Oh, and my address is 11 Parsons Walk. I'm a parent of 2 middle school children that are very musically inclined, and they're in the 8th grade.
Thank you.
Anyone else online? There are no raised hands.
Are there any questions the board wants to take up from what we've heard? Additional questions? Sarah?
I just think it's good to get a sense of, from Mrs. Pine's comments, with the reduction in staff in the music department, what does that mean for our students? Are we taking away classes? Are we just to get a sense of what is, how that, the student facing piece of that?
Did you say Mrs. Klein?
No, Pine.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. My apologies. My apologies.
And maybe that's to the scheduling piece of how that all works out. And then that's it.
Okay, thanks.
Dave?
I guess probably outside the budget, but at some point, Rich, like just negotiation strategies, looking at multi-year, multiple vendors, just kind of a quick memo on things you do to try and bring down the costs in terms of like that service contract. We would be locked in given that vendor, but just a quick, of all the great steps I'm sure you do intuitively. It'll be hard for you to write down because you just do it. But the steps you take to try and save on those things would be great.
Anyone else?
I don't know where the raise hand icon is. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
We can, as it happens.
Oh, okay. So I apologize. My name is Heather Drugi. I'm at 11 Oxridge Lane in Darien, Connecticut. Oh, sorry. I came in late to the meeting, but from what I gather, from what I've read, I'm just not sure I understand why you would be taking the most critical employees for the elementary and middle school, but this is for music, where that is really the feeder for everything else going forward. And I also have children who were in the art department. My daughter graduated in 2018. Son was in the music department, graduated 2021. They are both continuing art and music in college, as well as other degrees, philosophy, studio art, and the other one, physics, and plays in the jazz ensemble and symphony. But they wouldn't be doing that if they hadn't started these instruments in elementary school and then continued on the love of all of this. So just my concern is that it looks to me like there's a lot of looking to add more administrators instead of adding or at least maintaining what you have, the boots on the ground, which are the most critical. So anyway, I think you need to be concerned more with educational efficiencies. What is best, the most efficient thing for the student, which is to have an age-appropriate teacher teaching that specific instrument for that specific grade level. Again, art as well. Younger year teachers know how to communicate and inspire the younger ones. The older ones, again, there are more demands because as you know, the children develop and they all have different needs as they get older and more need to be challenged on a higher level. That being said, I really don't see trying to bring in more administrators and cutting your boots on the ground, which are the most important element to education. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else online? There are no raised hands at this time.
Thank you. I would be interested in hearing the numbers of enrollment for both the music and the art department. I think that would provide helpful context to the management of the department.
Got it. I just couldn't hear. Did you say numbers, Katie? I'm sorry.
Yes, to the comment asking for enrollment of students in the music department and enrollment in the art. Thank you.
I would just say in this case too, the same as what we presented on Tuesday evening, we were very conservative actually in our estimate here, particularly as we were suggested to roll this out this particular year. And again, we're not losing student programming through this.
When I asked to talk about sort of that higher level instructional leadership piece, I think it's probably implied, but just because it's mentioned explicitly, I think it's important curricular design as part of that. Okay, with that, thank you, Colleen. Let's move please to art. RC4. 14.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you, Colleen, for representing our department from a music perspective. I will share the overview of the art budget today, and I want to be remiss if I didn't thank Jacqueline for her leadership in this, and also the teaching staff in the art department for putting together this work, because whether it's our youngest students in ELP or all the way up through grade 12, I know that the student art perspective really is a premier I guess, aspect of celebration really for our school system. And when I think about what the little ones experience all the way up to the talents of our 12th graders, there's just so much to be proud of. So the art budget, I will really go over just maybe the significant changes that are present in the budget. In account 013035 software, there's a slight increase in this account. It really has to do with the membership to the art education resource that the staff uses. The yearly access to that program has increased, and there's also an increased cost for materials related to the large format printer and the new photography cameras and digital camera supplies that are related to those art courses. You see just a slight increase in the line below, art teaching supplies, similarly associated to the Digital Photo 1 classes at DHS. The professional development line is very important because this allows our staff to have access to different groups and agencies and organizations that are relative to art and their discipline. Equipment and furniture, there is an increase, a significant increase percentage-wise, although it's only $1,000 for the 24-25 budget. That has to do with the kilns that need to have replacement for the courses for ceramics, AP Honors Art and Sculpture, etc. There's also for the equipment and furniture, the request for the I think we're calling them the Wacom tablets, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, for the new course that was proposed and approved by the Board of Education. Of course, that new course will not run unless the board determined to fund that, the purchase through this budget. So those are the significant highlights for RC14. And I want to thank Jacqueline also because she did say she would answer any questions. She really has built this budget with the staff in that department.
The tablets themselves are here or in the tech budget?
They are in the tech.
On page 202, technology.
Technology, thank you.
There's in this budget, there's the $400 cart to store them.
Got it. Thank you.
So it's another example of something that kind of appears in more than one place. Thank you.
It's $61,000 total.
Okay, more questions?
So maybe a question we should have asked when we purchased the 5 wheels, but do we have enough kilns space? And I'm assuming that's part of what this shelf is for, to allow for the wheels to run full time.
The kilns get drippings on them from the glaze. So if you've overglazed a piece, it drips down on them and it just destroys them. We put stuff on them called kiln wash that tries to save them, but we need to replace about 1/3 of our shelves every year. The 4 kilns we have are fired nonstop, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all school year long.
So my question is, we don't need more kiln space. This is just to allow
You would
the
have to
shelves
put
to
a huge
constantly.
addition onto the art department wing if you wanted to add more space, and I don't think you want to do that. So no, we're good. We spend our prep periods in there loading and unloading and turning those kilns over.
Thank you.
Greg.
It's a bit of a broken record at this point, but is this, I don't know, includes performing arts as well, I assume?
This
Or
is
no?
just music.
Just,
So.
this is
what-
art.
what
Visual
happens-
This is art department.
This is just the art department. If we were to authorize an organizational change vis-a-vis this budget, then the previous budget that we just reviewed and this one would
Yeah.
collapse into one.
So it's just like that, it's not performing arts.
Correct.
But I guess the same question, I think there was mentioned that there's like art shows. Are there
Revenue
revenue
opportunities.
opportunities
Okay.
within this, fundraising or otherwise, that could help offset some of the budget?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Coming back to the conversation around combining the departments, I have to say that I'm a bit uncomfortable and questioning the long-term vision and plan. This department saw a cut last year as well, and now we're seeing a full elimination of the position within the art department. And, you know, coming back to the conversation earlier, again, about this theme of this budget and what are we accomplishing, right? Like, what is our overall plan versus, you know, doing what's best for students and getting to a number. Some departments are growing and that are completely extracurricular. And it's not a good feeling to see cuts in arts, cuts in academics in light of that. And especially when one department in particular has been under fire 2 years in a row. So I question what our long-term vision and plan is. Like, I would think that it does not help our retention for specific departments to feel year after year that they are being asked to minimize and cut.
Right. Public comment. If anyone in person would like to participate, please come up to the podium. If anyone online would like to participate, please use the raised hand icon. Alex Taylor, you are unmuted and recognized. Please state your name and address for the record. If you are going to speak in representation of an organization, please state the organization's name.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Alex Taylor for Behringer Road. I'm a member of CPAC. I'm also a parent of two children who have been involved in the music department and one that has been involved in the art department. And I think on a CPAC perspective, you know, the arts are a place that really most kids who have IEPs have a hard time fitting in any electives into their schedule, especially if they do a full, you know, foreign language, math, everything, especially now that foreign language is a responsibility. And the arts is a place that they can show great achievement, a sense of belonging, a sense of focus in a non-traditional academic way. We also know that music is a way that broadens math and science learning. The music department and the art department are places where our kids who are so stressed about APs, getting grades, where they're going, everything that they have to do, those are a place that they can be successful. It's an academic class that they can feel a little bit of stress release. I mean, Mr. Grauer will say, this is a place where you can take your breath, catch your breath during the day. So again, I don't want to minimize our art and music departments, as someone just said. And I also want to remind everyone that these are academic classes. And I think that sometimes even the other teachers in school will say, well, if you have extracurricular, you know, it doesn't count to get your things in time. These are academic classes. These kids, if anyone participated, I know Dr. Adley is always good about going to the performances. These kids did, you know, a 10 song show the beginning of December, and then I did another one, you know, 4 weeks later. And we praise all of our sports and we give so much time for that. But these programs, which are academic classes, really need to continue to have the support that they need. And I do feel like play a role in the kids who have IEPs to give them another place to feel belonging and to participate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There are no more raised hands at this time.
Anything else that the board would like to contemplate? Robin.
I think it would be helpful, in addition to being able to see the number of students enrolled in music and art separately, also the number of teachers, because there's no object detail that actually shows the number of music teachers versus art across the district. And it's kind of collapsed into each specific building. So I think the trend in that area would be very helpful too.
Thank you.
Yeah, along those veins, I see that music changes are driven by enrollment, but I didn't really grasp the detail of that, so.
Okay.
Somehow connected to
Detail behind it, enrollment changes in music, and what that's the impact.
what the
of.
drivers, what the reduction.
Is that question clear? Julie.
Thank you. I guess, bear with me, I'm not sure this is fully formed, but I'm struggling with understanding how the proposed change helps us to continue to evolve and lead and grow our amazing departments. And I'm asking that specific to music and art and the way we're talking about combining these right now. I'm also definitely thinking about it in terms of the conversation earlier around world language. It's starting to feel to me like we're sort of saying that those three areas are places that are there now and don't need to go anywhere further. And I certainly don't think that's what we want to say. We're not ready to stagnate in any department. So I need to understand more how we're proposing changes that are going to continue to deliver excellence as excellence evolves and becomes the next thing in the future. So again, sort of that longer term, not myopic, not just about efficiencies. How are we actually adding to our programs with these changes? And I'm not there yet.
Specifically with the music and the art, I would say that the director, the new director position for visual performing arts can provide that and will provide that. I'm confident. We're not looking at reducing programming or curriculum developments as we move forward. I will say the world language actual position, we're put in structures that will support. It's not the same as it, but will support and the development of the curriculum, because they're going to be curriculum specialists at those particular areas. That's not the most ideal one. I've said that before. Okay, I respect that, but I'm confident that this particular position can provide the leadership in both of those areas.
John.
Julie, you said we're starting to say, is that your interpretation of what, because I'm not saying that, and I just want to be careful with how we.
Starting to say which, sorry, which part
You
of?
said we're starting to say that we're not supporting or growing. Who is we, I guess is my question, because I'm not.
No, that's fair.
Okay, I just wanted to speak, these are interpretations of individual board members. Okay.
I'm kind of
so
putting together a couple of things. Sorry, did I cut you off? Did you
Well,
wanna
I just want to be careful how we present this. It's your interpretation that, as I understand it.
Well, it
that-
is, but I
that the
mean, I think
district-
Dr. Adley said about the world language example that we've added Mandarin at the middle school. He kind of suggested like we're where we need to be for the time being. Is that fair to say? That was your message?
I said one aspect of why we made we focused on that particular area. One aspect was that if I thought there were gaping holes that we don't have elementary languages starting at K-12 and we didn't have Chinese and we didn't have things, I would be very more reluctant.
Right. So that I'm extrapolating from those comments, but yes, this is my take from the conversations I'm hearing from public comments from the team here, the cabinet, and from our discussion. And that's what I'm wrestling with. Thank you.
Robin, just one more comment, and this made me think about the world language kind of example with Mandarin, for example. In the high school, once our middle school students start to get into the high school, we will have a need to have potentially offered AP Mandarin, and then potentially anything beyond that, similar to what we did with Spanish. And I mean, obviously Mandarin is a difficult subject, so I'm not sure about the aptitude for that or what students would want, but that would be something that someone would have to design in terms of curriculum and everything, and that's at a future point.
So we will, as part of the proposal, there is a curriculum specialist or a teacher leader specialist in the area of curriculum for world languages at the high school who will work in close collaboration with both the department and also the assistant superintendent for curriculum.
Okay.
Just looking at the questions that we asked back on that topic. So I think that as we're answering the department chair question, that long-term development of curriculum is an important component, please. Who does? Greg.
Just a quick question. Does this consolidation, does this fall within the parameters of the strategic plan?
I would say it falls, I've delineated on Thursday evening at the back of the presentation, kind of the areas within the budget that are actually aligned to the various aspects of the strategic plan. It does in the sense of both instructionally, teaching and learning, and also efficiency. They're both in there.
I'm just taking notes. Anyone else? All right. With that, we will move on to the next RC, which is 21, library media. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for having me today. RC 21 represents the costs associated in the media centers across all 7 schools. In my short time here, I've been incredibly impressed by the professionalism and dedication I've witnessed in each of the libraries. Initially, the school media specialists had hoped for an increase in accessions after a reduction last year in that line. However, we came to learn that there were other elements of this budget cycle that are especially challenging. The Department of Finance and I are putting together a 7.91% overall decrease in RC 21. The librarians are understandably disappointed, but they did help determine where to make those reductions. And I'll try to address any questions you may have at this time.
Okay. I'll open it up to board questions. Tim, can you talk to us a little bit more about the 7.91% and what that represents for the librarians?
Sure. So roughly $8,300 are being reduced from sessions. The librarians also elected to take about $300 out of periodicals, about $2,400 from online subscriptions, and another $600 from other library expenses, and all other areas are being held flat.
Can you, okay, so that's what it is. Then what's the sort of what, can you give us a little more flavor? What's the impact of that? How are those decisions made?
Sure. So I'm not sure the level of comfort or background, but sessions essentially primarily books, the library collection books. The impact we have on these is the cost of books themselves continues to rise a little bit each year, and so a reduction does also kind of limit how many additional new books you can buy each year. But understandably, I know this is a tough year, and so Rich and I met, and he worked with me to help come up with some of these numbers, and the librarians did have opportunity to make their recommendations where they'd like to reduce as well. I'm not really sure if there's I guess the gist of it is the librarians had an opportunity to share with me their input on where if they had to make a reduction, what they'd want, though their preference was to have more books rather than less in their budget. And that's kind of where we've landed.
You want to address something, Alan?
Yes, so there were some reductions there, a couple of reasons for those. One, yes, again, to be part of the efficiency. Some of our libraries actually aren't up fully functional, so to speak, at the elementary school level in the sense of the resource area that we have at the moment as we transition into these new buildings. But we're also committed to continuing to support the transition of some of the materials into the classroom libraries. So we're maintaining that in the classroom libraries and supporting it in that area.
Can you develop that, that library classroom connection is important at the different levels and in different ways. Can you talk a little bit more about that, please? You or Tim or Amy? Like the materials, if you're looking at a certain unit and how the materials work, or developing.
Sure. So I think to circle back to Katie's comments before about when children are learning to read and then reading to learn. So certainly whether it's ELP, kindergarten, first, second grade, third grade, we would expect to see classroom libraries there for children's really to support their reading development. And as children move up through the grades, more for book clubs, longer chapter books, books related and resources for research and learning more about content. So the need shifts based on the intent of the reading, and how the skills that are being developed.
So at the secondary level, if we're, it's really more for students to explore reading versus, what is the direct connection to the classroom? Is there not much?
So at the secondary level, students more have textbooks, right, that they would be referencing, or text material through technology. But at the elementary level, we need classroom libraries that are right there with the children to support their development.
Alan, you said there were two drivers. One, some of the libraries are offline, and what was the other? Or
Just
reduced, not
that we're
offline, just-
supporting them through the classroom, they're supporting the
classroom
reading
library.
to the classroom libraries.
And that.
I want to make sure I'm not saying that the libraries aren't being used in the elementary school or anything, that they're offline. They're not offline. It's just
That was
we're in
my
a,
language,
we're
I'm
we're in a
sorry.
period, we're in a period of transition, just that's all.
Yeah, we're in a transition period.
And just if I could add, Ms. McCammon, that there's always, we recognize the importance of having print-rich environments and actual text in children's hands. Technology can never take the place of that. So whether we're talking about elementary, middle, or high, it's really important to have varied text that supports students' interests and their skill development, both.
I think given the upcoming discussions about technology and classroom use and how we're using our libraries, it would be helpful that, I would assume this is a component that's touching multiple RCs. So it'd be helpful to understand sort of overall how we're looking at it from a different, what are we doing in classroom libraries that's different? What are we doing in this budget that's different? And if there are any other budgets that are impacted, so we can see the universe of, because I do think we want our children to have physical texts as a significant source of support where appropriate. Robin.
When I was looking at the text on, so it's page 232, it was saying that we are advocating for a return to accessions funding more in line with the 2022-23 school year, which had accessions budgeted at $71,000, but this budget is now $52,000. So my question is, what did the librarians ask for that we are not doing?
Okay. We'll get that. Okay, sorry. Does anyone else have a question? Okay, with that, we'll move to public comment.
If anyone in person would like to participate, please come up to the podium. If anyone online would like to participate, please use the raised hand icon. There are no raised hands.
Yes, Katie, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to be clear here that there is language in there that says that there is a proposed budget increase, but overall it's going down, right? Like, I'm just making sure I'm not missing that here. Like, we're specifically highlighting pieces of rising costs, and is there a disconnect that I'm missing?
I think it might be a mistake, but I don't know.
Okay.
I have a feeling my revision for this didn't make it to Rich. I'll have to double check that with him.
So maybe just
we'll take a look at
confirming
that.
these are
Yep.
the numbers that we want to be.
Those are the numbers.
It's the notes you mean that might be wrong?
Correct.
The text.
Okay, the text, the introduction.
Well, please be clear when you said, well, is it the text or the?
Well, I would say like, I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that we're. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, with that, we will skip our 30-minute lunch break and move to health 17.
Hi, how are you? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, Emily.
Okay, I just heard that I'm preventing you from taking a lunch break, so I hope you won't take
No,
that
you're
against
not.
me.
You're
Hold
not.
that
We took it
against me.
already. I was being
Okay,
flip.
okay, good. Okay. Phew. So my name is Emily Merritt. I'm the Director of Nursing Services for Darien. The Health Services Department, which is under RC 17, supports the students' physical and emotional health and well-being to optimize learning and academic achievements. We're continuing to build and expand the Nursing Services Department to meet the changing healthcare needs of the Darien public school community. And I have to say, I take great pride in our ability as a district to support a large range of medically complex students and ensuring that as many students as possible have access to an educational program within their local school district. And I think we do a great job from teachers, special ed, all the way down to nursing, especially when it comes to medical, and I'm very proud of that. Nurses also provide support and coverage to students during the school day, but also all students, including those with special healthcare needs, have equal opportunity to safely participate in school-sponsored programs and activities outside of the school day as well. And we're continuing to always use evidence-based practices to support community health initiatives, and that would range from vaccination recommendations, lice management, concussion, the use of Narcan and reactivated Narcan, seizure training, which is now a state mandated training program, and so on. My budget is very simple, and I'm not asking for any additional, we're not requesting any additional funds. We are just shifting $500 from, or $5,000 from health supplies to office supplies, and that is just supporting. Right now, our health offices are using the latest medical technologies, and we're in the process of transitioning fully from paper to electronic charting. And this would mean that not only daily visits and medications, but all doctor's notes, diagnoses, screenings, healthcare plans, immunization records, everything is being scanned and uploaded into SNAP, obviously while upholding both the HIPAA and our FERPA standards of confidentiality. But this would be very exciting in the future when we have electronic charting in terms of accessing both current students as well as students who have graduated. So the funding would be with the scanners, we now have with SNAP, we now are connected with CTWiz, which is the state immunization database. We're continuing to do training on technology and whatever we need to best support this process. So that is it. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, board questions. Katie.
I just wanted to quickly say, Emily, how much I appreciate the nursing department. It's not often that you come before us, so I just want to take the opportunity to say how grateful and how important I think the nursing staff is in our buildings. They really can be a first line of defense for children to get a little bit of nurturing, and I think that plays into mental health. So thank you for all that you and your department do.
Okay. Greg.
I just have a question. This is actually past years, but there was a big increase from 2021 to 2021, 22 to 22, 23 in the nursing line. There's like a 50% increase. Was that just collective bargaining increase? Was there a change in the personnel? And is it that?
You're talking about personnel?
It's like,
Yeah,
it's just the nurses line, yeah.
So it was a shift.
That Marge Sign, right. So Marge Sign would be able to answer more. I will tell you that we still have 13 full-time nurses covering 8 school districts, and that has not changed. So the budget line, I know they just renegotiated a union contract. So I think that is part of that, but I'm not part of that process, so I wouldn't be able to answer that.
It used to be that we had some nurses in RC 24. A couple of years ago, they were all nurses.
Exactly. So all the
just
special
a
needs
minor,
nurses,
correct.
exactly. And as a result, by doing that, now that we're not having specific special need nurses, the nurses do cover a lot of programs from the special education program. So a lot of our nurses are used to either transportation for students or providing nursing support if it's on an IEP and they're either within or outside on community outings.
Dennis.
Excuse me, yes, with the online charting that you mentioned, you referenced going back to former students or students who've graduated. So who's going to do that data input for the charting?
Exactly. So what happens is that the Connecticut Library of Congress, I think that's what it is, they have very specific requirements in terms of what information, health information we keep and for how long. So for example, a chart has to be kept for 7 to 8 years, but immunization records have to be kept over 30 years. So what we've been doing is basically piling up. We have file cabinets full of that information. So what we're doing with SNAP is it's a program where you can have an entire chart and health portal on it, and then they save it previous patients past. So people can actually search for, if someone 4 years down the road needs something for college or needs any sort of health information, we'd be able to provide that much easier than having to go back down, in the dungeon and try to find all of our health programs. It's just going to be a lot easier. It's also easier for nurses in multi-nurse schools or for substitute nurses that they basically have, right in front of them, access of all the doctor's notes, all the, orders, alerts, things like that.
Thank you. That's great, but are the nurses going to be doing the actual inputting of the data or?
Exactly. Yep. That's why we all, sorry, yes. So
Okay.
that's why all of our nursing offices now have scanners. And then I've been working and training. SNAP actually has a training program, but I've been going through all the nurses, and we want to be consistent about how we chart and where we place things, which sounds obvious, but sometimes it's not consistent. So we want to make sure that, if you have a medical order that's attached to a condition, those things are all, so we're all, very concerned about being consistent and making sure what is charted not only appropriately, but then if you're running a report and things like that, that it's, they say, you want to make sure the quality of the input is good so that we would be able to use it to run reports and again, to help easily find different information.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Robin?
Account 25001, the general office supplies. The proposed budget is 3,000, but the text, if you read it on page 208, has a total of 3,850. So it looks like the standing desks, the 5 standing desks for a total of $1,000 may have been cut. I just wanted to confirm if that was the case.
Hi, oh, okay.
So that, yeah.
You need to go, Emily, go ahead.
Emily, thank you for tuning in.
Yes, I really apologize. Yes, it's been a very difficult
Thank
time.
you.
and I'm
Thank you,
sorry,
Emily.
But thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Richard, sorry, we didn't hear.
So the standing desks are included in the 3,000.
They are in the budget?
So do we just need to check the math on that one? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Public comment. Oh, sorry. Are there other board questions?
This is something more for the parking lot for maybe even when we get to postmortem on this budget process. Is there some sort of process or mechanism we should use where we capture something like a one-time thing like we just explained, where, there's a 50% increase in the nurses personnel line because we made an adjustment from RC to RC? Like, should we capture that somewhere just so we have it? Something where you can see that in case Rich isn't always there to answer it right away. Just something for us to think about later.
Okay.
Isn't it an adjustment, right? So it would be in the other
You're
RC?
seeing the higher amount in the last year, but then the lower amount the year before, because there's another amount in RC 24 to wash, but.
But when you're looking at this RC and you see that we increased to 50% 2 years, and you don't.
You have to know
that
to look to the other
Just a
RCs.
footnote.
Just a footnote, yeah. That's. Okay. Other questions? Public comment.
If anyone in person would like to participate in public comment, please step up to the podium. If anyone in person would like to participate, please use the raised hand icon. There are no raised hands.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to RC 22, tech education.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon at this
Morning,
point.
Greg. Good morning.
How are you? Thank you for having me. I appreciate getting to present my budget here each year. I appreciate you also giving the option to do this over Zoom with the storm coming. I had some time to get things ready. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Adley, Dr. Fedigan and the Board of Education for your continued support in the program. We have a very diverse and robust program, and I'm very proud of it, and that would not be possible without your support. So not really many changes this year. If you look at the classroom reference, while the percentage seems high on that change, it's really only an increase of $840, and that is to support our accounting class. We are looking to purchase a new accounting curriculum program, which kind of makes it a little more visual and hands-on and just a better learning process for that course for students. And that comes at a cost for about $35 per kid. And we anticipate a class of about 24 students. Moving on to the periodicals. So there's a small reduction there in the periodicals of about $100. We're just not fully utilizing that account for all the kind of magazines that we planned on purchasing. So it doesn't make sense to keep it in there, but we do utilize it for a few things for our architecture and our woodworking class. Our general teaching supplies, that is flat this year. And I think that's for the first time in probably 3 or 4 years. Material costs have finally leveled off. And it was nice to see when we made some purchases this year that it wasn't as astronomical as it has been in the past. So we're able to keep that flat for this coming year. Same thing with our office supplies, and our professional development also remains flat, and teachers have been utilizing that quite a bit this year, so we appreciate that. Repairs and services went up by about $300, while our raw materials have kind of flattened out or in some cases reduced a little bit. The cost for parts has continued to increase, and especially people to come in and repair those has increased, so we added a little bit of a cushion of an extra $300 in there. And we are not in need for any new equipment or technology. We've already upgraded what we needed to for this coming year. And I will defer to Tim for the robotics portion, which is kind of encumbered into our, well, not encumbered, but part of our general teaching supplies of, I think, about $30,000.
Yeah, not much flavor to add, but thank you, Greg. Greg's been fantastic to work with, and he's really been super helpful in explaining things and getting me on board. Yeah, the robotics program is flying, and we are working together on the high school related things to help support the program there. But the money in that area does support the programs through all 7 schools.
I'd be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Right.
Yeah, just a quick one. When we look at there's 2 line items, general teaching supplies and professional development. The year to date, it looks like as of 12/11, which is almost the end of the year, looks a lot lower than the budget or the new budget. So the budget for last year was 75,000 versus 20,000. Just are there a bunch of expenses that happened in the last couple of weeks of the year, or like?
No, what we tried to do at the end of last year, not necessarily pre-buy, but to buy as much as we can, starting with the summer process. So I'm kind of having my teachers plan ahead of time to get the supplies a little bit earlier in the year. So we made some larger purchases, I think, at the beginning to kind of float us through the rest of the year. And we're doing the same thing at the start of the second semester.
So the bulk of the unspent money really right now is robotics. Did get to a little bit of a late start. Didn't really start till the end of September or so. So of that, $20,000, only a few $1,000s of that is robotics, which is 30,000. We do expect to start spending that, and we have spent some of that in the last couple months. And that'll kind of accelerate as they buy more, robots and materials for that.
We have a finance committee coming up. Maybe you can talk about it there, please.
Katie. Is what's the supervision of this department?
So this department is housed within the high school, supervised by the high school administration, and then also I support.
So is this a teacher leader stipend position? Is it how, I'm just curious as we're talking about administrative restructuring.
So I'm the department coordinator through 6 to 12 program for technology education, business, and computer science, but I do not have any evaluative responsibilities.
So this is a case of a 6 through 12 department coordinator.
Correct.
Any other questions? Dave?
Yeah, I guess following up, I just don't see personnel expense tied in RC, so just wondering where that lives.
So Greg's release time and stipends are in RC1.
Why is that, Rich?
So historically, that's how it's been. I mean, typically you don't have these smaller cost centers like library or tech ed. They're usually embedded within the schools. So Darien has chosen for a number of years to have these smaller cost centers, and then the salaries are embedded in whatever school or schools that they're associated with.
Wait, I just have a
Robin.
question. A couple of questions on robotics. One question is, I know right now it's all extracurricular for K through 12 clubs after school. Are there plans to start to incorporate some of the robotics into, for instance, our high school engineering or STEM courses at all, so we can also utilize some of that equipment within the general curriculum? And second question, for the 30,000 of the robotics that's in the general teaching supplies, I'm assuming that that is for K through 12 robotics equipment, right? To kind of continue to refurbish that. Thank you.
I could address the curriculum question. So we have done that starting last year to incorporate robotics into our Principles of Engineering course, which is a second level course, as kind of a supplementary or replacement kind of unit for what we used to do with the fuel cell car. So we are utilizing some of the equipment both for robotics and some of the high school courses to support both robotics program and the curriculum course. And the Principles of Engineering course will run in the spring, and their goal is to make some smaller 2 or 3 pound robots to compete in the Norwalk Havoc Robotics League.
And on top of that, the elementary librarians have had some robotics materials purchased last year that they are utilizing in center activities in their spaces as well.
With that, we'll take public comment.
Anyone in person would like to participate, please come up to the podium.
Hi, Joanna Walsh, 17 Pleasant Street, CDSP. You said that it gets release time in the DHS budget. I can't find it right now, so I was just wondering if that's like 0.2, 0.4. What is that? Because I know
I receive a 0.2 release time.
Anyone else in person? If anyone online would like to participate, please use the raised hand icon. There are no raised hands.
Just to preempt Greg, that I'm surprised he didn't do it, but the National Havoc Robotic League sounds like we could charge money for going to that. It sounds pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
It's a very cool event. And if you can't get there, it's televised on YouTube to check it out.
Oh, it is televised on YouTube?
Oh yeah, they have some great coverage there.
Oh, that's fun. All right. Alan, will you make sure we know about it next time? In case Greg and Dennis want to watch it for us? That's fun. Thank you. Okay. Thank you guys very much. All right, we'll
Thank you.
move on to technology.
Thank you, Greg, and Tim, thank you very much.
RC 15. Jeff. Hi, Jeff.
We just put the table away. We had the table there for you if you were coming. There you go. Anyway, nice to see you, Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
My budget materials were down here, so I came down to that. But yeah, so I'm here to present RC 15. I'm a bit under the weather, so hopefully this will be quicker than usual. I'm joined by Tim McGuire, who's here to answer any questions about instructional technology. Let me start by saying that the technology budget line is an overall decrease of 1.25%. Again, that's a decrease. Major changes to this budget include line 64005, which is the cell phones. The Director of Security is requiring all administrators to have district cell phones. So this is unfortunately an increase of 50% on that budget line. The software line, which is line 13035, is an increase of 7%. It's a large chunk of the budget, but that is typical for vendor increases over the summer. And the schedule for all the software for the district is on pages 199 to 202. And finally, line 73400, which is new computer equipment. This line is decreasing by close to 13% this year. The schedule for new equipment can be found on page 202. And because of this responsible decrease we have produced, we've modified the technology replacement cycle accordingly. And that can be found on page 203. That's a basic overview of what we're seeing. I'm open to any questions now.
Robin.
On account 73400, the computer equipment, it decreased 90,000 versus the prior year, but the text on page 196 about the wireless access points says that they will be replaced this year. Was that moved back to next year, the 120K?
Correct.
Okay, and then my next question is with software renewals. For the non-security related renewals, it would be helpful to get some additional information on why those renewals are needed, like the Pick My Kid, Westfax, Naviance, Razor Sparrow, Gimkick. There were just some that it was listed, but it wasn't really discussed why those were needed, because those were all increases.
No problem. Under the administrative line on page 200, we have Naviance, the guidance department system, that's getting a net increase of 4,300. That is because we're pushing this out to the middle school. The middle school.
Oh, okay.
The school dismissal, Pick My Kid, is an increase of 5,500. We are looking to replace school dismissal manager after the debacle that we had this year with the elementary schools. We want to replace it with a new school dismissal management system. So that's where that goes.
What did you call it?
Debacle.
Okay, all right, just a second.
Sorry.
Okay, okay.
And it
From
was.
our perspective.
Thank you.
What's the Razor Sparrow?
I'm sorry.
Razor Sparrow.
Oh, I'll let Tim speak.
Sure. Yeah, Razor Sparrow is a tool used by some of the middle and high school teachers. It helps facilitate working between Google Classroom and our student information system, Aspen. It helps simplify grade transfers. It eliminates some human error possibility when moving grades between the two systems. It's an increase because more staff want it. It's very popular for those that are using it. Word kind of gets out, and they raise their hand, hey, can I have that too? That's really the nature of it.
So it's just an app that sits between, or a system that sits between the two.
Yes.
They're automatically transferred.
Yes, it helps make that happen a lot easier for them.
Julie, then Greg, then Keith.
Thank you. Just still on the software maintenance. So renewal are things that we've had and we're renewing, and then new is either incremental to the renewal or it's something new entirely.
Correct.
Okay, so we're still paying for school dismissal, and then we're adding Pick My Kid. Am I reading that line correctly?
The change from the current system to Pick My Kid would be an extra $5,500 on top of the $9,500.
And are there things that we aren't renewing or that we're getting rid of, or is this, there's nothing that we're getting rid of? Should I suggest a few? Okay.
Just same question on the software maintenance stuff. I had a similar question, just in terms of, there's a lot of items on here. Is there any kind of, like, and I can see the descriptions as well in terms of the line items, but like, is there anything in terms of utilization? Like, are all of these actually being used regularly, or?
Yes, we do analyze in the spring for these to make sure that they are being utilized, and if they are not, we make the changes accordingly.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, it was Katie then Dave.
Jeff, question for you on page 202B. My packet has two 202s. I'm not sure if anyone else,
What is it?
but the second one has the
202s.
the equipment budget on there. The art lab, I know that that these were, I remember the presentation about, I think they were the Waco, is that right? For the, so that's
Yeah,
the
the Waco
tablets.
tablets. Mhm.
But can you just explain a little bit about what the lab creation line is?
Oh, they were separated out. I think one piece is, and Rich to help me with this, one. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so it's one is the portable tablet side of it, the other is the computer side of it. And it's just been broken out. So the total cost for that lab would be $62,000.
So just to make sure I understand, then this equipment piece, it's not just like an iPad where it's a standalone tablet. And
the lab creation component, the computer, that's like a furniture thing, or that's like the more hardware of desktop?
It's all inclusive, I think, right?
Rich,
I'm sorry. So the 61,000 doesn't include the furniture, or was the furniture?
So there's a $400 cabinet that's an RC14, that's the only piece.
so what I'm seeing on 202B, I see art lab creation at DHS, quantity 21, unit cost 2540, for a total of 53,340. Then I see right below it, art lab creation at DHS tablets, 22 for 409 each, for roughly 9,000. So I understand what the tablets are. I don't fully understand what the lab creation at 21 quantity is.
So those are the computers themselves. So those are high-end workstation with very large screen monitors
Okay.
that will interact with the Wacom tablets.
Okay. So, and that is a furniture type piece, or it's just the display piece?
No, I'm sorry, that's the computer itself.
Okay. Sort of like a Mac with the big screen kind of thing?
Correct.
Is the tablet a dummy, basically?
I'm sorry?
The tablet a dummy? It doesn't have its own computing power.
It kind of does. They're the Wacom tablets where they're interactive, but they can act on their own, but then they'll transfer to the computer itself.
The majority of the computing power is in the 2540.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Robin?
Just one more question on the software line, the RTI Direct, that's $55,000. What is that for?
That's our stuff.
If you want.
Sure, that's for what's referred to as RTI Studio, which stores the information that's held for intervention in districts.
So for the RC 24, it supports the intervention, or is it SRBI?
Right, so SRBI is on the general ed side. So RTI Studio is the other name for that. Oh, yeah, this is, RTI Studio is the other name for that, and that supports the data that is submitted by each teacher for students that receive interventions at tier 2 and tier 3.
Okay, so this is basically SRBI data management system
Yes.
for tier 2 and tier 3. Thank you. Okay.
Dave, did you go over this? Dave Venturelli.
Thank you. Probably have a few questions here.
Okay.
Starting high level, Alan, who owns RC15? Who's the manager? Like, whose account is this? Is this Mr. Adams, or is this Tim's, or who?
This is Jeff, Director of Technology.
So I guess the question, what I'm trying to understand is, Tim, when you came to see us, you were pretty new. You were looking at some different things. You're looking at some of the software and the tools and things we use. And I guess when I look at the different software and the subscriptions and the technology, it seems to me there's sort of a keeping things running piece, and then there's an actual tools to support education piece, if I want to think broadly. And I know you were looking at that, and I see that a lot of the subscriptions aren't changing. That may be contractual, or that may be because you haven't had a chance to get in and figure out where you want to go yet. So I think one thing I'm just trying, like, how do you guys figure out who's doing what in here? And then kind of where are you and Tim and what your process is? And then I have a few specific questions I want to drill down to, but first I'm just trying to understand what the management structure is on the account.
Sure. Our RC15 is my budget.
Okay.
Tim and I work very closely to make sure that this is what instruction needs. The history of the RC is that previous administrations wanted to put all the technology spending into one RC, even though, yes, we have administrative, we have operation, we have instructional, but we wanted to put it all in one reporting center so that you could see what is being spent on technology.
Okay. So I guess the further question to that, to Tim, is when I look at this, I understand what, Jeff's doing in terms of updating routers and equipment. We have a lot of stuff in here for instructional technology that seems pretty static. You're on. Can I expect to see more of that in the future, and that you're just not there yet, which is a fine answer. I'm just trying to understand where we are in sort of that process.
Yeah, valid, great question. And Jeff and I have talked a few times where honestly, I don't have a great sense of full utilization everywhere. And it's something that Jeff and I are working on, and how to generate the reports that give me that. Also feedback from the staff as far as what's effective for them and not effective. So a lot of it is being kind of held status quo until I get the full better picture. And there's some situations where, if I cut something right away, I might not understand the impact of that cut. So I'm being a little hesitant on making big changes on some of those.
And
More to come.
yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You got to figure out what you're doing before you just do it. So
Yeah.
any thought on the timeline or where you are when we get further updates from the board to understand this?
We did, yes.
Well,
Because
we
Tim,
did, but
you're,
I think there's more to come. Right?
yeah, and there's more to come. I can't remember exactly when we're having our next update.
Right, so as a timeline, I was just trying to get a sense.
To get a sense of,
And
because
really,
you're,
the point of that question is, will we find out more before the budget process is decided or not?
no, because the future, you're working on the next iteration of the, if I recall correctly, and you guys correct me, please, the next iteration of the Future Ready Technology Plan, which would be the majority of the change. I know you might be looking for, there might be smaller level changes along the way, but anyway, Tim, remind us of your timeline, please.
Yeah, so thank you. I think my next presentation for you all is scheduled for May. And I certainly would expect to have clarification, better answers for you on utilization of software programs by that point. The Future Ready Technology Plan, sort of one of the steering tools for the work in instructional technology. I anticipate the current plan continues in through next year, but we need to start developing a new plan next year. Does that help clarify where we're at with that?
No, it does. It was really just trying to figure out what your audit process was, timeline, and whether we have further information to inform decisions we're going to make into the budget cycle. Sounds like we won't, which is fine. Just wanted to make sure I knew where we were in the process. To have a few specific technology equipment piece questions, if I may. So I see the administrative laptops. Does admin work exclusively off laptops? Do they have desktops as well?
I'm sorry, what was the last part of that?
Sure. The admin, we're getting them new laptops on a replacement cycle.
Correct.
Do they have desktops as well, or do they work solely off the laptops?
No, they have desktops as well.
They have both. And then follow-up question, is that the same practice we do for building teachers too? Are they on both laptops and desktops, or where do we stand?
Depends on the building. Elementary school has desktops and Chromebooks.
Okay.
But they also have ViewSonic computers, which are within their display systems. Middle school is laptops only. High school is MacBooks and iPads. So it runs the gamut.
So it sounds like we have quite a mix with a balance towards 2 devices per staff. Remember, okay. And the rationale driver for that decision? Like, why do you need 2 devices?
On the, well, again, we got to break it down by building. So if you look at the high school, previous staff were pushing a teaching device as well as an administrative device. At the middle school, they simply have 1 device right now, and that's where they're staying. At the elementary school, they have the same. They have a teaching device, which is the ViewSonic computer, and then the desktop device, which is more of an administrative computer.
I'm sorry, I'll move on quickly. Just what's the distinction between administrative and teaching device?
Well, administrative, grading, any kind of personal information that shouldn't be displayed in an instructional setting to a class. That's kind of the difference. Teaching is for the students. It's information you want the students to see. Administrative would be what you're working on.
Yeah, I'm just confused because it works in the middle school. They can do it all in 1 device, but it doesn't work in other settings. So I'm just trying to understand the distinction better.
So as part of the one-to-one rollout, when we went to the one-to-one rollout, Mr. Brown, we worked with the teachers and talked to the teachers about, and we brought this back to the board about what device and system they would need to make that most successful. And that was the decision that was made at the time.
Some of these decisions were made last year, right? I wonder, do you have, Jeff, utilization rates on the devices by any chance, so that we could just get some, take a look at sort of the efficacy of what we rolled out, because some of this was part of last year's budget.
Yeah, no, I think it's great.
Yeah, I can pull those numbers.
Research-wise, there are different models because now we can look at it.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it.
You got it.
Just one follow-up to that, Jill.
Yes, Katie.
So Jeff, this line item now that says administrative laptops, those aren't necessarily going to staff who are in administrative positions. Like they might be teachers for administrative use, or they are going to administrative positions. Because then if they're going to people who are in administrative positions, they're not actually instructing, right?
Correct.
So they still have a desktop in their physical offices, and then they have, well, that seems redundant.
So, okay, so it sounds like we want to understand
Well,
utilization and
I
then we
just-
want to understand the deployment model. I'm sorry.
I just want to like, in fairness, the staff, administration or otherwise attend many meetings where they have to have technology available to them.
I guess. This, I mean, is there, can we just give them docs and a screen? Do they need a PC?
Well, so let's.
I mean, we're getting into the weeds here, but.
Yeah, let's just get a little more information on sort of what the deployment looks like, high level at each building level, and then kind of what the utilization looks like for the devices, if that's reasonably easy to pull. Thank you, Jeff. Julie and Greg.
Just quickly, what is the rationale to put cell phones in this RC and radios in the security RC if the cell phones are security driven?
So prior to this year, all administrators who choose to have a district phone is housed under technology. The districts rolled out Alertus over time. And so there's a mobile app to be able to either launch or be notified of of a lockdown or whatever it might be. So given that there was a desire to have that mobile app, administrators had the choice of either using their personal phone or having a district phone. So a number of administrators chose not to have it on their personal phone, which is why it's here.
I'll just finish off that. Thought there would be as part of the anonymous alerts rollout. That's another app that will be part of a requirement for administrators to have on their phones.
This is really just to go back to the comment I made before around the software stuff. I mean, it's pretty big dollars, $1 million in the budget. And I appreciate the timing is challenging in terms of getting the information before making the budget decision. But I mean, if there's 5 of these software programs that are just not being utilized a lot and being cut out, that could be like $150,000 or $200,000. This is like real money we're talking about. I don't know if we can expedite that at all, or at least like try to find some low hanging fruit, try to push it forward a little bit, but I think that would be helpful.
That's fair. I think I would say at a minimum, as information comes due, we certainly don't have to base renewal decisions on the budget cycle. So if we release dollars, we do, we might as well release them. But I agree. Just this time, the timing is not optimal. Unless administration tells us otherwise for specific decisions. Someone else was next. Is it you, Dave? You're okay. Okay. Anyone else? Robin.
With the K-3 literacy state required, piloting of new programs this coming year, do we have a sense or do we have any money included in the budget for potential software licenses that might be needed in order to do the pilots, or where would that funding be?
I mean, I'm not aware of any software that's associated with the K-3 reading legislation.
There is no software that's related to that. However, the Ames Lab assessment that we administer is one that can be covered by some of the grants. So we are using some of the grant money to fund some of that requirement. The department chairs also do not have desktops. That's what I was getting the message about. They don't have desktops, they only have their laptops. So when we're talking about administration, it's not every administrator in the system.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I just, this isn't in the budget, but I just want to be transparent. It's that isn't in the budget. It's something that we haven't been able to deliver on time-wise at this point. It'll be deferred to the second part of the year, and we'll continue to work on it and develop it. But with the change in the Director of Informational Technology and the change in the Assistant Superintendent Office, you'll notice on here it says Aspen is still on here, and we don't have anything for PowerSchool. So that process isn't moving as quick as I would anticipated and hoped, but we haven't forgotten about it. We're going to do it, but it's not in this particular budget.
Okay, with that, I'll move to public comment.
Miss Laura Pesky, you are unmuted and recognized.
Jack Davis, 197 Hoyt
Sorry,
Street.
Jeff, hold 1 second. She just called on somebody
Okay,
online.
that's what I thought.
She still has her hand raised, but, okay, she's.
Oh, there she is.
Sorry.
Is that, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, Laura Peschkray, 11 Parsons Walk. I'm curious to know, for the middle school and the technology usage, I know a lot of these Chromebooks are like it seems antiquated and in bad condition. Has anybody evaluated, like, I have twins in 8th grade. They're so slow that doing homework is so labor intensive. And then if you have Wi-Fi issues and you're in the middle of, like, say you put in a half an hour's worth of homework time, you lose the whole entire document. So from what I understand, because Chromebooks don't have a hard drive, there's no way of capturing and saving that work. So you have to start all over again. Is something being addressed to, like, to people, are people aware of how slow these Chromebooks are and how inefficient it could be when you're spending so much time doing homework? It causes incredible amount of stress on, both the student and the parent. And I'm just wondering, has anybody evaluated this? Does anybody know about this? And is there anything in the budget to address that? Now, I realize that I'm going to be out of middle school soon, and there's a whole different technology situation set up for high school. But, for all those students that are dealing with those, I guess, what would you say? Cumbersome older technologies, I would want them to also benefit from understanding and what the plan is for those students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else online? No raised hands.
Jeff, just a point of information, there is a way to save in between, correct? You're saving up to the cloud
Yes,
effectively.
We do push down the offline extension that allows you to save locally to the Chromebooks.
Okay, well, you can also save up to you just would have to save.
Yeah, or if you're having Wi-Fi issues, it should save locally.
All right, thank you. We might need to make sure our parent community knows that. Thank you. Go ahead.
So as another point of information, if there is a child whose device at the middle school is not working as it should be, there are additional devices that can be replaced. That happened in my own household.
Okay.
It is an option.
Okay. Do you have another point of information?
There are times when kids lose work because they try to save it and it doesn't, and I have had that experience, but Sarah's right, there are other machines, I think, at the school that can be used, but.
Okay, all right. Okay, next person, I think Jackie, you're up next. Pardon?
I'm still Jack Davis from 197 Hoyt Street. I'm just going to provide a little point of information on the discussion of budgets, and this is not to discourage anyone from doing their job, but there are two other points of time when any adjustment to the software can be done. One is at the Board of Finance final budget, and on the 13th of May, the RTM can make any adjustment if it's worthwhile. And the reason why I'm saying that is we used to say when our grand list was 8.5 billion, that it was $85,000 to move the mill rate, which is ultimately why we would do something like that. That has obviously grown. So if it would have to be significant in the $70,000 of software that you've identified in order to do any of that to move the mill rate. So that's all I'm saying. Not saying that you shouldn't look for it, but it may just be worthwhile that you find it, you eliminate it, and we'll deal with it next year. Thank you.
Thank
Crystal Hill, CVSP, 300 Brookside Road.
Oh, do you,
I
sorry.
would just, I'd like
You
to
have a-
respond to that because I think we should be thinking about that in terms of also FTEs. Right? So I think when we're talking about eliminating teachers and then we say, I think that that's a comparable point as well. I get the mill rate point, but
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me reset you, Crystal.
We just had couple questions on some line items in this one, 12001, 90,000 in consultant fees, which consultants, what exactly does that cover? And then in 13035, the software to the point of efficiencies, there were a couple that stood out to us as being whether those were still being utilized. Seesaw, we were under the impression this was a remote learning tool, so how much is that being utilized? And then the IEP Direct, I understand that holds the historical knowledge, but as we revert to Connecticut SEDS, how long will we plan to hold that and continue to pay for that so we have that historical data?
Anyone else? Michelle, is there anyone else online?
There is not.
Okay, board members, are there any things that we've heard that we want to pull out for questions for this further discussion of this RC?
Can we pull out the consultants right now quickly or?
So the consultants are really like tier 2 support. I mean, Jeff can speak to it a little bit, but it's when there's a technology issue that can't be handled internally, we use outside services to help troubleshoot and fix those items.
It also handles our wide area network monitoring as well as audits that we perform every year.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Dave?
I don't know if it's on or not, or where we left this, but if possible, just an update on alternative models versus 2 devices per staffer.
Oh,
Couple of us, few of us are thinking that way.
so what would the impact be if we? What are the opportunities if we don't use that two model? Okay,
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you, Joe.
sorry. Alternative models, if we didn't use the current 2 model system, 2 device.
Well,
is that what you're asking?
But you're talking about a PC and a laptop, not a teaching device that projects, right? Is that where you're
And
going?
there's different flavors here, so obviously we need a little bit to break it out, but I mean, if Alan has his laptop and he's got a dock and he keeps a screen and we just don't replace his PC in the next cycle, like that's gonna say, like, if we looked at that, it's just trying to think through that.
Understood. Yeah, that's where it's at.
Yeah, and again, we can do this at the middle school, but we can't in other settings. Maybe there's a real reason for that, or maybe it's just a configuration change that can address it. I would love to know what those options are. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I think we can ask right now, Rich or Jeff or Tim, are we still using Seesaw?
Yes, we are.
We are, for sure.
Okay. And Shirley, we're still using IEP Direct for historical.
We're still contracted with IP Direct to support any history we may not have in Connecticut SEDS, but we're fully
Okay.
turned over and we are
Okay.
planning on doing it for next year.
Yeah,
Okay.
And in fact, just to add on that, IEP Direct used to be about double the price that you're seeing.
Okay.
We're paying for read-only rights for historical data.
Okay, okay. And so that will probably persist for some number of, how far back in CT SEDS does the history go? How many years? It just starts from the moment it was implemented? Does it have a history?
It starts when it started, which was last year.
Okay,
And there's no plan yet as to get that historical information in yet.
in yet. Okay, so we'll support IEP Direct for some period of time, some 10
We'll
years or
be
something.
very
unless-
prudent and hold on to IP Direct just to ensure
We have the
we have all the
history.
data.
All right. Okay, good questions. All right. Thank you, Jeff. Oh,
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
yes, thank
very
you.
much.
I feel better.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Okay. It's 3:00. Do you want to take 2 minutes to go to the bathroom? Or you want to keep powering through?
Just power through.
Okay. Early learning program. 2 minutes to go to the bathroom. 3:10.
Sorry, Laura.
with that, we'll pick it up with, I didn't do a motion to recess, but I guess we could re-adjourn. See Laura.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. All right, we'll pick this up with RC 26. Welcome, Laura. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Happy Saturday. So, a good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by thanking the district for providing the beautiful early childhood site for the early learning program. And the one site, one community, our slogan for many years now realized in the Oxridge Elementary School. The community, the preschool community of learners is proving to be a wonderful place for children to learn and grow. Teachers, paraprofessionals, and related service providers are now able to collaborate with ease. I now am able to greet all the children, parents, and caregivers in the morning and see them off to their parents and caregivers at the end of the day. It's wonderful to only have one location instead of traveling to the 4. As young children develop, it is important to have consistency throughout the week. The opportunity to have a 5-day per week program will provide more opportunities for children to continue to develop their cognitive and social emotional skills. The proposal for moving to a 5-day program is now possible due to the efficiencies of being located at one site. The related service providers, along with myself, no longer need to travel to different schools to meet with staff, family, and students. This newfound time is this time is providing schedule efficiencies and allowing the preschool to offer opportunities of a 5-day program. We are always committed to doing what's best for our youngest learners. Just to review, our current ELP hours for the peer models is 16 hours and over 4 days. And students with IEP, we have a 16-hour program or a 20-hour program over the 4 days. And for some students with IEPs, they have an additional 2.5 hours on Fridays. No peer models come on Friday. The proposal for peer models to come 5 days per week for a total of 19 hours. IEP hours would increase to 19 hours over 5 days or 24 hours over 5 days. Moving forward to the teacher aides, we are requesting an increase regardless of the 4 or 5 day program. The 3 additional paraprofessionals are requested due to the new kindergarten cutoff date of September 1st. There will be additional students who require one-to-one paraprofessional support for an additional year. The students would have moved to kindergarten and thus increasing the student and staff need in the preschool. Considering the proposal for the 5-day, there's an additional, so currently we have 10 paraprofessionals who are Monday through Thursday or 0.8 FTEs. Would need to be moved to the full-time 1.0 FTE to accommodate that extra day of programming. This would result in an additional 2.0 FTEs spread out there. Moving forward to the general teaching supplies, that's continuing at the same level. There is an increase in textbooks and consumables. This increase is due to the consolidation of ELP to one location. Many items were provided by the respective schools, such as tissues, workroom supplies, and laminate materials. You can see them listed in the budget book. Oh, sorry. Also, RC 19 provided some additional book support. And ELP, we would like to continue to develop our curriculum library to support the social emotional curriculum for the preschool ruler. And again, that's indicated in the budget book. Professional development is requesting the $10,000. We're providing continued professional development with preschool teachers, related service providers, and paraprofessionals. We would like to continue to work with CES, Cooperative Educational Services, on the early learning and development standards and the Connecticut DOTS. So the learning standards are our standards, and the Connecticut documentation and observation for teaching systems, CT DOTS, is our assessment of those learning objectives. CT SEDS is the new state IEP, and they're requiring standard-based goals writing. This work will be addressing to also come up with a new state reporting on the Office of Early Childhood Outcomes, ECO. They're changing right now. We're using one system, and then we're moving forward with a new system in the next year or so. Professional development resources will be provided year long through consultation, staff training, staff coaching, and collaboration. Are there any questions?
I think before I open it to board questions, let's start with the big topic, which is, Laura, can you give us a little more background on the decision to move from a 4 to a 5 day and how you got there?
Well, like I said, there are efficiencies in time and travel. That took a lot of time for our teachers and mostly the related service providers moving between buildings at times. So that did limit us the opportunity for meetings and working with children. Also, the consistency of a 5-day program will help all children with moving forward. Some children, do ask why they don't go to the school on Friday. If they have siblings that do go to school on Friday, that's not a determining factor, but there are interests in attending that 5th day. And I think, the possibility of working with children on a longer period of time is also beneficial. And, there are programs out there in the community that do offer a 5-day program. So this is also to help, that continued support across the board.
Want to add anything, Shirley?
Yeah. If I may just add to what Laura's saying also, we did have conversations in prior years. What does make it available, affordable also, or manageable, let's say, is being in one site. As Laura said, related service providers, whether it's our physical therapist, Karen Albro, our speech therapists, and Laura especially, who was in 3 or 4 buildings, depending where she was, does allow for that. The conversation was always over the years that we had that, which is we use that Friday time for a lot of evaluations, PPT meetings, and other team meetings and family meetings. So what could we do? So one, we're proposing that Friday be early dismissal till 12:30 to afford us the afternoon. And 2, since we do have efficiencies, as Laura said, to be able to use the time from the end of the school day at 1:30 to 3 to try to really creatively schedule those other opportunities for school visits, for team meetings, for parent meetings, for evaluations. And again, being in one site really has, I think it's the first time it provided us to have a further conversation about it.
Staying on this topic, if anybody has additional questions. John and Julie.
So this also comes with a revenue component in this. So Rich, maybe walk us through kind of the financials on this. And then if you could also reflect on the success of the ELP program since consolidating at Oxbridge and the competitiveness that it brings to area preschools also, given the structure it's now located at, the building it's now located in. So.
Sure. So just to talk to the revenue piece, it does afford us to have a higher tuition rate, which is in line with neighboring preschools. So Norotan Presbyterian, for example, is just under 12,000. The PowerPoint superintendent presented showed Westport, which is a little over 12,000. St. John's Preschool is also in that relative vicinity. The nice thing about the ELP program and the dismissal time means there's a limited impact for transportation in terms of buses, because it's not dismissing at where Oxbridge dismisses at 3 or 3:30. You're not paying that $600 a day bus cost. You're actually only paying a small dollar amount of about $90 to $100 a day. So that actually creates a little bit of an operational and financial efficiency. So the ability to lift the tuition to a comparable price to some of our neighboring preschools is what actually generates the financial offset. I'll let Shirley talk to the program itself.
And I'll let Laura speak to it after, because she can speak better than I am. She's on site, but I will just begin with, to your question, John, it is such the facility is so extraordinary. I mean, you had a tour recently. I think most board members had that tour. I mean, you don't see that kind of opportunity, just in terms of not only the grandness of the rooms, but actually even the furnishings, the tables, the chairs, the Zen areas, the opportunity for our OT and PT room is probably, I'm sure, second to none, because they're so physically extraordinary. And also, because of the design that went into it, it really had in mind young learners. Everything is to scale. So very often other schools may not have those opportunities since they weren't building their programs for our young learners. So I think the facility, I think the materials, I think the resources, and I think the notion of having opportunities in our common room for different classes to get together, as well as being in a building that's K-5, so we can have children and older children coming down to work with our younger children and look at a nexus between our K-5 program and ELP. So I'd say those are probably some of the attributes that really make us not only competitive, but probably one of the more outstanding physical environments. and
I'd
social
also,
environments.
you know, the site is beautiful, and, you know, we are afforded more opportunities to do more collaboration between classrooms, and having the playground. First of all, it's fenced in, so thank you very much, because that's always a concern, safety. So that's wonderful. In the common room allows children to come in and gather and move back and forth. We're also using it for sensory opportunities. For children to use that area for sensory regulation and go back. And it's open to all of the students. We have a little schedule going forward around that. Also, our teachers, one of the biggest benefits about the preschool in the early learning program is that all of our teachers need to be certified by the state of Connecticut with the early learning degrees and certifications. So that's something that is really exclusive to the early learning program, that our teachers are certified in special education and general education for the young 3, 4s, and 5-year-olds. You know, that often is a wonderful benefit. Many of their professional development opportunities has really enriched our teachers in you know, new and important developmentally appropriate learning methods. Also, we're closely tied to kindergarten. So we're seeing what the kindergarten teachers are doing, and the kindergarten teachers are seeing what we're doing. So it's really a nice collaboration in understanding the scope and sequence, really, to borrow some terms, of, you know, of a 3-year-old moving forward to kindergarten. So I think it's a really collaborative and you know, enriching environment based on the certifications and the professional development that the district has provided over the multiple years for the preschool.
Right. And sorry, just to go back to Rich, the accounting. So the accounting is net 2 FTEs by extending the program.
Correct. So there's 10.8, so another 0.2 for each of those 10 is the 2.
But now the program is also more competitive, and hopefully we see greater numbers of typical learning children be attracted to not only the site, but now the program itself. Thank you.
We have capacity for that.
Yes.
Okay, Julie, then Robin, then Sarah.
Thank you. I'm a little out of touch with preschool these days. Is 5-day 3s pretty common? I think for 4s, I definitely would think that a 5-day program is pretty common, but.
You know, Julia, I thought about that in thinking about the 5th day. You know, our program is pretty robust for our little 3s because we do blend the classrooms, and, you know, thinking about the new kind of cutoff date, we may be changing some things around, but thinking about the young 3s and the younger 4s being in a group together, you know, our 3s are maintaining the 16-hour program 4 days a week, no problem. So that additional 5th day is just, you know, they don't, you know, I'm not hearing from parents, oh, they're exhausted, they, you know, they're crashing on Fridays, you know, so having a shorter day on Friday for their stamina, I don't think is going to be necessarily a problem for stamina. Perhaps families may have different things to do on Fridays that may, you know, plan differently. But for stamina and for young children, I don't think the additional 3 hours is going to impact negatively on a 3-year-old or a baby 3.
Can I ask one more? And then, actually, when I had an ELPR, the trick was to send them to the nature center on Friday to get a 5th day. So full disclosure. The other question was about the Fridays and how they've been used presently and in the past. Is anything lost in this transition to now having full kind of student body present for the Fridays? That seemed like sort of a special time for services, et cetera. And how does that change?
So again, we do have quite a few evaluations, and I think, not all the teachers have children on Fridays currently. We have 9 special education teachers. So I think, with careful scheduling for evaluations, we have, multiple speech and language pathologists. I think with, creative scheduling, we'll really be able to manage that kind of component. We're right now, where we have our assessments on Friday. We have a lot of PPTs on Friday. So I think it's around planful scheduling to help avoid, the pitfalls of adding additional opportunities for learning on that Friday.
Thank you. Who was next? Robin, thank you.
I wanted to explore, and I know the comps for the preschools in our area, for instance, for Norotan, I'm talking about the revenue kind of opportunity here. Norotan Presbyterian for their pre-K 5-day, I believe, is 12,168, and Holly Pond is 12,100. So my question would be, is there an opportunity for us to raise our tuition more in line with the comps as opposed to keeping it at 11,500, particularly since we are more specialized? And in terms of the specialized kind of staffing, the certifications of the staffing, et cetera, I just think that that is something that we should consider.
2 things. Can we get a list of those comps, just so we can see what those are? Thank you. And in terms of personnel costs, I know the teachers currently work 5 days, so there wouldn't be a change for that. But I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there are some like SLPs that only work contracted SLPs that work 4 days. Am I wrong in that?
There's one contracted that works 4 days. But those are hours based on IEPs, so I'm not sure if that necessarily will be impacted on Friday. We would just have to be really planful for the caseload that she does have.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the only personnel costs included in this is the para piece. Is that right?
Yes. And Shirley, I think, do you have the speech and language pathologist under your budget or mine? I'm sorry, I have to look. Or the contracted services is through.
The contracted services are, and we did not anticipate a change in that.
Okay. And just going back to the student facing, you talked a little bit about how this would not negatively impact the 3s, but how do you think this would positively impact the student experience? I mean, you talked about the consistency, but how else do you see this being a positive change for these kiddos?
Well, they're being exposed, they're having more time with the general education students, or, the general education students are having more opportunity to explore and learn. So it's just another day to really enrich them, and their experience in that carryover is really important for those young learners. So that exposure over time, there's not really a lot of regression that happens over the weekend. But again, if you're in school 5 days and then you have the shorter weekend, it's just that practice of those skill development, I think, would be important for all children, really, and there are children currently in daycare settings who do have longer days and exposures. We didn't capture that for our community, but there are children in the world here in Fairfield County who do attend preschools and daycares that have longer programs, and they really are able to practice playing. That's a big thing since COVID. negotiating. So it's just really more opportunity to work on that skill development, which is really important for kindergarten and beyond.
Laura, on that note, can you talk a little about socialization specifically? I mean, you've touched on it, but I think that's a big component for a lot of our kids is there's the literal and educational instruction, but there's just one more day of exposure and what that potentially means.
Again, socialization and that time with peers. The state looks at, for the children with the IEPs, how many hours are they with non-disabled peers? So that would be a benefit too, like more opportunities for children with IEPs to work on that socialization, more opportunities to develop, more opportunities to really, again, going back to playing in a building blocks opportunity. If someone knocked your blocks down and you get upset, how do you negotiate that? And with more exposure and more, kind of facilitation of those negotiation skills and using the ruler and other curriculum models to really help that social emotional development, it's great, and research or current trends right now are finding children lacking in that social emotional development and actually using gross motor and fine motor skills. So, I'm not talking about paper and pencil. I'm like, playing on the playground, playing on their bellies, using blocks, their hands in different ways and negotiating, how do you ask for your sandwich bag to be open? How do you ask for a scissor? Can I borrow the glue? All those skills are really important for the really young children. So just having another opportunity to help those students build on those very important life skills really would be provided by just having another day or a couple more hours in their week.
I have another question, then I'll look around again. Today, or back when I remember, the IEPs were really built on a 4-day. Now I think we're closer to a 5-day for some kids. Do we anticipate any change in service levels based on a different way that the week is constructed? Or is this truly just going to be additional time that can be spent on enrichment, socialization, playing on the playground?
Well, it's a good question. So again, we would have to look at each child's IEP to really, like if we're talking related services, sometimes children receive, twice a week in a 4-day week, looking at those goals and objectives, is the child making progress? Is the child not making progress? Does an additional day need to be added? It also will give the speech and language pathologist or the other related services more opportunity to spread out services through the week. So that would be an added bonus. It wouldn't necessarily dictate more hours on that Friday because they're in a program longer, but it may also provide some opportunity for that too, but I think it's going to help in scheduling because sometimes it's really tight scheduling in a 16-hour day or a 20-hour day for 4 days. So you're given another, the IEP students, they may have that opportunity to come in from 8:30 to 12:30. So that block of time really opens up some of that scheduling for the related services. So
thank you. Yeah, please.
Laura and I have had this conversation as we've been going through thinking about this and over the years. And to your question, Jill, of course, the best way to develop social skills is to have social opportunity. And the best way to develop linguistic skills is to have exposure to those social opportunities that give you language opportunities.
Right.
And the best way to have motor skills is to have opportunities in play that help you develop those skills. So when you look at it cognitively, again, cognitively, language development, social development, play, all of that, the additional day would foster that growth. And I know we've spoken about this, Laura, many times, and you've suggested those opportunities. So I think that's what we're really looking at for all students.
Thank you. Dennis.
So I think it's great to add the extra day. I'm just very concerned that we've spent the better part of 8 hours here hearing about every other grade level having difficulty with evaluations and PPTs, and we're losing 4 hours of PPT time that we've normally done. And we're just saying it's a scheduling opportunity. I just want to make sure we're not being overly optimistic on how we're going to handle that.
You know, it's always a concern, right? But we do feel that we're able to manage those PPTs and evaluations, you know, like not all 9 teachers will be evaluating, or not all 9 teachers currently evaluate children now. And not all children are observed currently on Fridays. So, you know, we do have to take some time through our SRBI process really to go out into the community preschools to do those observations. And so sometimes we do have to release teachers at different times just to go out and do those classroom observations. It's not often, but you know, I typically send out the school psychologist to help with that. So there's more flexibility in the school psychologist. She's not tied to a classroom. And those evaluations can either happen, you know, let's say after the students leave or on Fridays. We're also having opportunity for shared experiences may open up windows of time that we don't currently utilize by grouping children in different ways or grouping classrooms to provide kind of like bigger groups, getting children used to larger groups. You know, not all the time I'm saying, but like, you know, just to get used to like perhaps what a kindergarten classroom would feel like. So, you know, again, kind of hitting both ways. One, just having the opportunity to group children differently, to release some time if a teacher is needed, or I'm just throwing out like our scheduling thoughts, you know, for you to understand a little bit better. But yeah, it is a possible concern, but I think we're okay to move forward with this.
Yes.
Just one more thing to that, just for information, for the board's information. So what is also different, it's hard to compare PPT structures from K through 12 and elementary and early childhood. Also, just know that Connecticut is one of 4 states in the nation that has anniversary dates, K through 12, for when PPTs happen. So those anniversary dates are based on when the first initial IEP is done and the annual occurs at that time. Laura has a different challenge, okay? Laura, their challenge is when kids turn 3 and when they start those process. So it's hard to compare the 2 challenges that one has because Laura's enrollment is staggering in terms of those initial evaluations. And then many of her aging out students have a different date. So just so it's just so you have the understanding, it's different in the structure with similar challenge.
And I appreciate that, Shirley. I think what's concerning to me is just at that age, your jumps are leaps and bounds of your growth. And so I'm just concerned that if someone's not getting a leap and are only getting a hop, you know, are parents going to be requesting more PPTs, and do we have the time? Is there enough time in a day to allow that to happen? And maybe just an Excel spreadsheet of just how you're planning on the schedule so we can see and feel comfortable, or at least I can feel comfortable with that, but I'm a little nervous about it.
So perhaps similarly, Laura, to what our answer was before, we can come up with a formula of how you do that, how you approach it. When students, how you work with birth to 3, when we know are notified of different ages and how you've managed it, maybe we can come up with a formula for that. I don't know if we can, but perhaps that's the best way to look at it. It's hard to know what students will, you know, there is a lottery that goes on also, so we'll know now how many students Laura's looking at. So Laura, we can talk and come up with some formula of how you typically plan and schedule and have an understanding. I know our numbers change from where we were in October 1, so I'm sure your numbers, they're higher now. But as of October 1 of this year, it looks like we had 30 students, just to give you an idea, in the LP program, and then we had 29 itinerant students. So there's different times for that. I'm sure that's increased since October 1, just based on birth dates, but we can have an idea of how to look at that.
Yeah, just to give you a little heads up, like birth to 3, ideally gives us information 90 days prior to the child's third birthday. Sometimes I get it a year in advance. So really, we're able to plan out when the child will be turning 3. So we back it up. So the mandate from birth to 3 is that if the child needs to be evaluated prior to their third birthday, and if they're eligible for services, they need to start on their third birthday. So so that does give us some more flexibility in how we schedule PPTs. Sometimes the community preschool referrals or parent referrals, they're a little different. Those are the 45 school day timeline. A lot of times we go into the classroom and work with the preschool teachers to really develop the skills within that general ed setting, similar to an SRBI process. But on a smaller scale and fewer weeks. So some of that helps with the planning and evaluations.
Dave and then Katie.
Yeah, I'll be quick. 2 points. One, echoing Dennis's point, I thought was excellent. I don't know what that scheduling matrix or time devoted per week looks like. I don't want to ask for a day in the life, because I think when we ask for those, usually we get what I did, not what I achieved. So I really don't want to ask for a day in the life, but just really time allocation, sort of a scheduling blocks and what that looks like in an average week and aggregated over a longer run. The other point is not budgetary, but I think I heard we're pumping out Ruler down to pre-K. I don't know when we're talking about that again, because that's kind of a thing. But just curious if that's coming up for the board level. If we don't know, maybe that's something we should put on, and that's all I have.
I'll write Ruler down. I don't have the answer. It's on the- Katie.
Thank you. This conversation is very important, but with the exception of tuition, we've been talking about a programmatic conversation. So I think maybe there should potentially, if there's more questions, I know I have some more about the program, maybe it should come in a follow-up presentation. Ideally, that would come not in a budget book and well before. I would have liked to seen this in the special education update. This is a major change and there's a lot of questions to go through it, and today is not the day. So that's a bit frustrating to me. I'm curious how the staff is receiving this. Did they know about it? I didn't know about it until I opened my book. I'm curious if there are retention and recruitment implications, positive or negative. I'd like a reminder of what the max capacity for the program is. Again, I think that there are a lot of questions here, and maybe a follow-up for a future meeting makes the most sense, considering that today is about budgets.
Okay, I think I would agree with you that this is appropriate for an additional pull-out topic.
I requested that on Thursday night.
Yeah. Robin.
Just talking about the overall kind of capacity of the program. So ELP they've increased 43 students over the past 5 years. One question I have is, what is the trend in the mix of students, general ed versus special ed during that time of growth? And what are we projecting going forward? Because that obviously also has staffing ramifications, and the number of paras needed is essentially kind of getting into the questions that we're asking for the PPTs especially.
Right.
Just real quick, Sarah had a good request for the comps associated with tuition. Just if we could also get any information related to, like, I don't know what the relevant metrics are, but student teacher ratios or things like that for those comps as well, just so we could get a comprehensive picture. I think that'd be helpful.
My next question is shifting away from the program. Are we ready for that?
I would just like to summarize what we're doing at the program, and then let's move on. Yes. So we've asked for comps in terms of tuition, student teacher ratios. I think also maybe just in terms of what comparable programs might look like, not meaning like but what else is out there that's similar locally. Second, there's a concern about how we are going to manage evaluation and PPT meeting capacity. So we need some discussion of that. I would add to that that the substitute line is flat, and I would ask that you guys just take another look at that with an additional day and less time for meetings and evaluations. Then questions about capacity of the program, enrollment projections. And then I think some of the things that you guys talked about, just sort of the advantages to the 5-day program and to the program itself captured in a little bit more formal format. Pardon, yes.
In the question, you wanted to look at sort of some of the other programs that are out here, I think you just said is one of the questions. Are we talking about the mix of the population in that program? Is that one of the elements, or what elements are we looking at? I guess I'm trying to
I
understand.
was just wanting to understand. So in the area preschools, you know, what's the general offering? Is it a 3-day? Is it a 5-day? Is it a, you know, what's our general competitive landscape look like? Thank you for asking that clarification. Okay. With that, we'll move on to questions specific to the budget. Katie.
Thank you. Laura, can you please speak to the 3.0 FTE paraprofessionals? I'm curious really to know a little bit about the history there. You had them, they were moved out, they're back. So my concern, I'll just be quite candid, my concern is that there was always a need for them and that they got pulled somewhere else. So getting to that question of, you know, what staffing do you need? How can the board feel confident that we have the information we need to make sure that we are providing you the resources that you need?
So the sharing, I'm going to call it that, of the paraprofessionals was really to help out with the lack of needs that were unable to be filled because of, you know, the contracted people not being able to fill those positions at the elementary level. You know, at the beginning of the school year, our staffing is, or our students are fewer. I think being at Ox Ridge Elementary School allowed us to utilize staff to help. You know, not each school year starts with lighter or less impacted students. So, you know, I would say this year is a unique year that we were able to help out. As we have moved forward, many students from Birth to 3 or the community have been evaluated and added to the program. And also the elementary school has been able to contract with people. So, you know, it was really a gift of time for the elementary folks. And, you know, it just kind of worked out, I think, based on the needs of the program given the school year. Was it more difficult? Sure, it was a little difficult, but we managed and were able to provide that continued service. But I think being at different locations, I'm not sure we would have been able to support those other opportunities at Ox Ridge. But I think, again, it was a thankful benefit of being at one location and the needs being in Ox Ridge that we could help out. So I don't know if that answered your question, but each year we start the year a little differently with different staff needs or staffing needs for the preschool students. Again, the profiles of students are different year to year based on, you know, the evaluation process, really.
Thank you, Lori. I heard that you need them, so I appreciate that.
Yes, yes, we need them.
May I just add to that also?
Of course.
And I think we captured it in a memorandum to the board when we were borrowing staff between ELP and some of our unfilled contracted providers, which I think we're almost well, close to all filled, I believe. We had one person start, I think is starting this week, Laura.
Yeah.
As well. I think what we did learn from that work, one, in terms of our planning for next year, you'll see it in the RC24 budget also, anticipating kids that are coming up to kindergarten. And Laura is asking for additional support for ELP. But we did learn something. We also learned for many of our students who went into our DLC program, who came from our ELP program, having and planning to have a nexus between paraprofessionals who worked for them in ELP, and having them start the DLC program or kindergarten programs was something we learned that's going to be part of our mapping and what we're doing. We can't have new paraprofessionals coming in with children who may be nonverbal, who have been in a program where their paraprofessionals really support them and know them. And the same thing we learned about our speech therapist and our psychologist. I won't go into specifics, but we have several children who really required the school psychologist to really work with them in transition because, again, the receiving didn't know the student, as well as speech therapists. We had new speech therapists, and I reached out to Laura and said, can we have a nexus between the treating SLP who worked with the student and the receiving SLP? So I think what we have learned for students who go into our specialized program and students who happen to be at Ox Ridge in the kindergarten program, to make sure that we utilize that staff for transitional purposes and articulation.
Thank you. Any other questions on this budget? Okay, with that, we will move to public comment.
Anyone in person? Please step up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and if you're representing an organization, please state the organization's name.
Crystal Hill, 300 Brookside Road, co-chair of CVSP. Two questions. Logistically, ELP teachers are going to be student facing now on Fridays. Will this require them to be out of the classroom more frequently, like Monday through Friday, than they would have been otherwise? Historically, they've used those Friday mornings for other duties. So will that require them to use student facing time Monday through Thursday? Secondly, is the intention that the 2 additional building subs being assigned to Ox Ridge will also be used to cover ELP, or will they just be used for K through 5?
Anyone else? If anyone online would like to participate, please use the raised hand icon. Ms. Jacqueline Owens, you are unmuted and recognized.
Yes, hi. So I think a 5-day ELP program is great, especially for kids who receive services. My concern is, again, taking the staff away from the students, daily time, but also how are we going to project when we look at the increase of ELP students because of the birthday cutoff? Will we have the time for these children to get their evaluations, as well as what's not been mentioned, and is the parents that are pushing their kids to attend kindergarten next year, even though they don't make the birthday cutoff. This is an impact because let's say there's only maybe 5 to 10 students, but the evaluation process to see if they're ready for kindergarten, even though it's not part of the legal requirements now, will take away from our school psychologists and teachers to evaluate, as well as our students who are actual Darien enrolled students. So we need to discuss that further, especially as it relates to the budget items. And then it's mentioned with other RCs, psychologists, speech, language, OTs. This is not under this budget, but under RC 24. In recent years, we've also moving on to literacy because that's of importance. Are we still, I don't see under PD, Margie Gillis with Literacy How. Are we still using her as a consultant for PD? Because I know that she was very knowledgeable and helpful. So thank you.
Could you please state your address for the record?
Oh yeah, sorry, 4 Parsons Walk.
Thank you. Anyone else online? There are no raised hands.
Anything the board would like to take up from what we've just heard? Katie.
I'd like to know about the building subs, if the ones for Ox Ridge.
We can start with a point of information. Would they be used to cover ELP?
So ELP has its own dedicated building, so.
Dave.
Following up on that, the discussion we had earlier about standardizing the building subs and everything throughout, and the numbers were inclusive of ELP. Now we have, so we had, I don't know, I'm better understanding the breakdown, because
So
the
there's
ELP has its own.
3 building subs basically at Oxbridge.
So
2
there's,
that are-
so current year,
Sorry.
there are 2 building subs at Oxbridge and a third, which is just dedicated to ELP. So next year's proposal is 4 building subs for Oxbridge and 1 for ELP, so 5 total.
Thanks, Rich.
Okay, thank you, Laura. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'm staying here.
With that, we'll move on to RC 24, special education.
Bye, Laura. As always, thank you to the board members, community, and Dr. Adley for your continued support for our students and our faculty, clinicians, paraprofessionals, and our support staff, all in RC 24. As we recently had the opportunity to present to the board on the special education and student services update, I'll move on to the proposed RC 24 2024-25 budget. If I may, just for the purpose of knowing that if someone's not familiar, bless you, with one of our acronyms, instead of saying special education and student services, we use SES as an acronym. So if I'm using SES, then all members of the community realize I'm using it about our specific department. So if I may, try to give some color and some background to the administrative restructuring, because I know it's been spoken about several times today. And in trying to give some color to it, I'd like to begin with some history. I also want on the screen to introduce Kristen O'Reilly. Many of you know her, our program director for elementary education. And I believe Dr. Scott McCarthy is with us also. If we don't see him on the screen, he is there as well. So the one note I'd ask everyone listening to today and the members that are present also is to be mindful of in Dr. Adley's presentation on January 4th that outlined the roles and responsibilities of the restructuring of the administrative structure. If you'll look at page 17, just for reference of that, which really delineated the roles that we're going to speak to. So just as a opportunity, it spoke about the program directors, the director of special education K through 12 plus, and the assistant principals. And I'll try to put that together in a salient way. And of course, take questions that might better clarify that. So I'll start with some historic background for that. In 2016-17, in that school year, we added an elementary program director for special education student services to our administrative structure to support at that time the 5 SES facilitators. Those SES facilitators were not administrators, they were actually teacher leader positions. And the goal of adding the elementary program director was to oversee the development of our specialized programs and professional capacity of staff within each building and each program. Subsequent to that, in 2021-22 school year, 5 elementary assistant principals of special education and student services were added to our department structure. And together with the elementary program director, that's Kristen O'Reilly, for the development of our DLC classrooms, implementation of new initiatives, and we were able to support the expansion of our programs. Kristen supported the assistant principals, and now we are in year 3 of those assistant principals who have assumed, and if you recall from the update also, just to be mindful of that, in our presentation in November, we spoke about the elementary assistant principals and their role in their models of instructional coaching, of supporting co-teaching practices, vertical articulation, alignment, extended school year role, parent community collection and connections, and also planning and placement team structures. So over those years from 2021 to now, the assistant principals have learned and assumed, and under the direction of Kristen O'Reilly and her extraordinary efforts, and also, I might add, also bringing in Connecticut SEDS at the same time for training. They are currently at this time, the elementary leadership structure of the 5 elementary principals, assistant principals, in full implementation. They're affording us the opportunity to revisit the leadership structures that we have within our department. So that was a nexus to us saying, can we look at a comprehensive review? And we did that looking at actually pre-K through 12, an administrative review of the CES department leadership. And we identified in this process 2 areas requiring restructuring. First, the department requires increased vertical alignment of specialized programs, supplemental programs, and professional learning K through 12 plus. Fostering opportunities to develop the professional capacity of pedagogical staff, related service providers, and non-certified staff. So the question should be, what does that look like? So right now, when we plan those professional learning communities, very often they're limited to the elementary school, to the middle school, and to the high school. And what we found, not only in scheduling, is that very often we want our psychologists to be trained together, pre-K through 12. We want our SLPs to be trained together. And we're limited really to those PD days or some special opportunities. The notion of having a K through 12 plus administrator to, in real time, have that opportunity was something we wanted to consider. Secondly, the needs with the secondary buildings have shifted. And we spoke about that in our RC1 today and our RC3s also, requiring greater on-site programmatic support and oversight, in addition to increased PPT attendance by secondary administrators, which we've afforded a great deal of time to today. And in trying to clarify this, I just would end in saying what we are recommending in our administrative restructuring includes, 1, eliminating the middle school and Darien High School department chairs of special education services. 2, reconstituting the current elementary and secondary program directors for special education student services to MMS and DHS. And 3, adding 1 K to 12 plus director of special education student services. We are confident in the recommendation of restructuring in concert, of course, with the additional 2 APs, 1 at Middlesex and 1 at the high school, that we can ensure balanced leadership structure in our K through 12 plus programs that will support all learners. And I'll come back to questions after. As far as personnel, I'm on page 243. As far as different personnel budget lines, there were 11 non-certified staffing changes, which we've spoken at different times during today as well. And I'll speak to those. There are 9 paraprofessionals that we're asking for. And in the description of the narrative, it explains that we're looking at 5 paraprofessionals for the elementary level, and we're looking at 4 for the secondary level. We're on to 2.0, special education transportation drivers. And I know Rich mentioned this earlier, the advantage of having our own ADA compliant wheelchair van. I know also that for children who are non-ambulatory require that. This would really address their needs of transportation in a consistent way, and also allow during the day when we go into community activities or other transportation needs that we'd have that accessible throughout the school day as well. School psychology interns came up earlier also, and I just wanted to emphasize that we currently have 2 psychology interns which have helped fill vacancies that we were not able to fill. One is at Hinley and one is at Ox Ridge. It also is an excellent form of recruitment. These are highly qualified psychologists that would not only support our students and families, both in general and special education, and provide additional evaluation opportunities, but also as recruitment, hoping that in moving on, that they'd be available or interested in positions. Accounts 21304 for homebound tutorial is a small increase. It's actually $9,600. But just knowing that this funds homebound instruction, extended school day, and PPT attendance, and understanding that the actual expenditures in 2022-23 were, if you recall, we had several teacher vacancies in the district and needed to really have teachers cover those classes. There was, especially at middle school, we had several vacancies at that time also. And these are so teachers who are also reimbursed for time that they provide coverage both at during their lunch and their preps. In 21-308, extended summer school, it explains in the narrative that the increase really reflects 7 extended school service days that will happen in June 2025. And for those who are listening, depending on how many days there are in the month of June, it's per diem of those days of staffing. So in some years we have 3 days, some years we have 5 days, and we're going to have 7 days in 2025. Also, there's an increase in pedagogical staff and related staff based on the new collective bargaining agreement. For consultant services, account number 12001. Also, when we've spoken about RBTs and our different consultant services that we have for our social skills programs, behavior analysts, and clinical consultations. This increase is continued needs in our ELP through 12 plus, and also quite an extraordinary increase in consultant rates. Just to add to that also, not only did consultant rates go up, but availability of contracted services has gone down. There are less people available, which has also afforded higher rates. In 24013 for special education testing, there's an increase in this budget as well. And this really funds speech and language pathologists, psychologists, and physical therapists. The protocols for testing have almost doubled, like everything else in terms of protocols, knowing the actual booklets that we need and the protocols we need to provide the testing. And yes, increase in referral rates require more protocols as well. But that's just based on availability and the cost of protocols and testing materials. For pupil evaluation, that perhaps is a large increase. And just to give some understanding, and this is really prior to COVID in 2020, outside evaluations, some of them have doubled. And that is consistent with all of contractors. It's not just the ones that we're using, but that is almost double. Specifically in neuropsychology evaluations, actually central auditory processing has stayed flat for that, but our neuropsychs as well as our psychiatric have doubled across.
In number or in price?
Price, cost. 52002, this is transportation, and I know Rich has spoken to this for specialized transportation. It's really contractual rates are the increases that cause the increase in that budget line. For 52003, our out-of-district transport, there's a decrease there, which again reflects the number of students requiring transportation to IEP recommended placements and the opportunity of one additional suburban transport vehicle. For account 141001 for tuition public schools, those are CES placements as well as students who attend regional magnet schools. There's not a tuition cost, but there is a support service cost if they receive services. And the example that we gave was for a paraprofessional for the student. Tuition non-public, the increase there, and there are, we reported out on our numbers also at our last presentation, but this account really covers tuition for state-approved out-of-district programs recommended by the PPTs, as well as unilateral placements by agreements of non-approved programs. Students may also, in non-approved programs, for students who are in a step-down program, there may have been a hospitalization or a different recommendation. Those are not state-approved programs, so those are included there as well. And lastly, excess cost, and Rich gives updates on that, and he can speak better to that than I can in terms of some areas of that. But I do want to point out, which really is important, is 2 things occurred this year with the state response to our request. So the CSD decided they adopted a change in its policies this year for reimbursement, and they said any schools programs that are for profit are not reimbursable. And that could even be a state-approved school that happens to be for profit. So where they used to be reimbursable under our excess cost, they no longer are. And that was a big cost, which you can see in terms of revenue. We had to consider that we've spoken earlier in the year also, now that our students can go until the year completed that they turn 22, that's a cost also that is represented in our excess cost. And it shows our programming a threshold of 112,640 per student before the reimbursement is received. And I think it's the anticipated cap of 75%, Rich. Not confirmed. Rich, did you want to add anything else to excess costs? Okay.
The only thing I would say is, a couple of years ago, the state came out with a new tiering system, which on the surface looked like everybody was gonna get a larger reimbursement rate in the 80s. A lot of people's hunch is that they did that in correspondence with not approving for-profit school, so that they could look like they're giving you more money, but really they're not necessarily giving you more money because they took away an allocation. So it's not as if the pot got exponentially larger.
It grew by 20 million
Yes, statewide.
statewide. Okay. Why don't we take excess costs first, in case there's any questions there, and then we'll go on to the rest. Any questions on excess costs? Dennis?
So with this change, I think it's a change, right, for the for-profit tuition schools are not reimbursable. Do we have a breakdown roughly of what percentage that is or is not?
We could provide it. I mean, it's, the bulk of our reimbursement isn't for-profit, but we certainly are losing money because of it.
And is there any grandfathering of people who are already in these schools? There's no provisions for that at all?
No.
May I just add to that, though, Dennis, we are actively, I've written memos to the state and we are, and our direct members are trying to appeal to the state department to revisit the notion of reconsidering for-profit reimbursement. So there is a dialogue going on.
Thank you. When did this go into effect? I'm curious if this is affecting the current school year or just the next one.
Sorry.
It's affecting this year as
We
well?
started this year.
Okay, is that part of what the deficit?
No, not as of yet. So we're waiting for submission results to come back, which won't be probably for another month and a half.
Adam?
Just on the ECS, so one question I have is, given that our special ed budget has increased 11.5% this year, we have 87 additional students. Why is the budgeted excess cost reimbursement level a lower dollar reimbursement decrease versus last year?
So so while your students might be going up, not all of those students are necessarily hitting that threshold. So in order to get excess cost reimbursement, you have to spend the first $112,000, and then you only get reimbursed in excess of what you spend above that $112,000. So you can have 100 more students, but if they only cost you $60,000 or $70,000, you're not getting any more excess costs.
So the 3.77 eligible, I'm looking on your chart on page 249.
So that's the total claim that we submit, as if we were going to be reimbursed 100%, and then we get that reduction based on whatever that percentage is.
Okay, and then the threshold also includes all of our administrative costs as well that we incur in order to support.
So,
students, correct? Or
so it incorporates the bulk of what we spend, along with costs associated that's considered in-kind expenses from the town. So things like the SROs, for example, they're not paid for by the Board of Ed, they're paid for by the town, but they're part of our per pupil. So there is a formula set by the state that determines what our per pupil expenditure is. And then it's 4.5 times that per pupil is that threshold.
Well, okay, so but all the administrative people who are attending PPT
Correct.
meetings, all of them, they are included in that cost as well. Okay, and then just the 23-24, you have it at a 70% percentage.
So
kind of
for the
reimbursement rate versus 75%.
So for the current year, we budgeted 70%. We won't know what that reimbursement rate will be until probably the end of February. So we did budget for a higher rate for next year. Part of that is the hunch, as I mentioned earlier, amongst people in the state, is that reimbursement rates might be higher, but they're not going to allow you to get reimbursement on all your expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Questions on the rest of the budget? Thank you all. Maybe.
Question on page 244. talking about starting under various operating budget line items, account 12001 consultant services. The text says that the additions to the paraprofessional FTEs are expected to reflect a decrease in the line, but the numbers show an increase.
So the decrease from what we're forecasting, so this is one of the areas in the current year that we're expecting to be well above. So we're expecting to spend approximately $1.9 million this year, but the budget right now is only 1.5. So it's a decrease against forecast.
Okay, so not budget year over year, but
Just because
actual
given
expenditure.
the
Okay,
situation.
thank you. And then following up on consultants, Shirley, for you, given your comments that costs of consultants are going up and availability of consultants are going down, what are we doing to move these services in-house?
So specifically in the area of RBTs, where we're seeing that increase this year also, it's about availability. We're also posting, and we've posted for paraprofessionals and training our own paraprofessionals if we can do that. And their interest in doing that. So we're looking if we can somehow have Darien employees take on some of that RBT training and experience. We can have our own opportunity to really fill those positions.
So you are looking at that for RBT. And what about for the other contracted service
Contracted
providers?
I think in terms of social skill programs and our behavior analysts, some of them also tied to that. So just to give some color to that also. So some of our RBTs that we contract with, they come with a BCBA from that contractor. You following that?
Yes, I was just asking, asking about services beyond RBTs.
So our speech and language pathologists and some of our OTs. As far as speech and language pathologists, we have hired an additional speech and language pathologist at Oxbridge. The ones that we're using are feeding and swallowing people. We're using them as contracted services for a couple of reasons. One, they wouldn't be a full-time 5-day position or full-time position because the need for our feeding and swallowing experts might go from elementary to middle school to high school. In fact, they do. Also, it might be 2 times a week and we might be able to stagger it looking at that. So you wouldn't have one person because you need them at different times in different locations for different students. So it's preferable to have a contracted service provider for those specialized programs. We also contract out sometimes where they're actually seen at the provider's location because of not having access. So sometimes families will choose to have it outside of the school day and be able to contract. So that's really why I think we'll continue with that. We have, for specific areas, trained our own speech therapists. Prompt training is a good example of that. The majority of our speech therapists are prompt trained, so we don't have to use as many outside consultants, and we continue to offer that. We have a new speech therapist actually who's interested in becoming prompt trained, so we'll provide that training.
So we've had a lot of conversation about how
Julie, Mike, please.
Sorry. We've had a lot of discussion today about how identifications are up. We're expecting more identifications. I'm having a hard time seeing where we're beefing up what we are making available to our students. I see a lot of adjustments for rate and cost increases for both services and for materials, testing and protocols, things along those lines. I see increases in pupil evaluation lines. I don't see beyond aids. I recognize we're adding a number of aids. I don't see other things that we're adding. So what am I missing?
You're not missing it. And I think we spoke to this earlier in November at our meeting, Julie, but if not, I can certainly give more granular pieces to it. There's no new staffing that we're asking for either in pedagogical or clinical staff because we're able, the way the 87 students are distributed among the grades and among the program, we're able to have them in the established programs that we have. So, and I think I give an example as if we have 2 students that are in a speech and language group, we can have 3 students in that group, depending on where we are. So I think we're able to afford that at this time. I did say I might come back, But when we looked at the 87 students that we have currently, we also know how many seniors we have that are aging out also for next year. So we're looking at the numbers. Again, you can't really anticipate at the rate, and I think that was to Dave's question also, how many students will, when we look at, but we can report out at benchmarks of where we are. But we're able to absorb instructional staff and clinical staff with the 87 students we currently have.
Okay, so.
Because they're already in programs. I mean, they're here, they're in our groups, and they're in our current placements.
So to follow up, I'm on page 245, account 25011, pupil evaluation. And it says this increase reflects an increase in the evaluation rates, an increase in the number of evaluations and supplemental evaluations required due to staff shortages. Where are those staff shortages and where are we trying to solve for them?
So our school psychologists, we just filled those with 2, and actually we're sharing one, just so you know, the intern I mentioned that we're sharing at Oxford is also spends time at the high school. So we were short a school psychologist at Hinley, short a school psychologist, and still are at Tokenique. We actually just have someone who started, who's going to be able to do a few hours a day, who started last week, I believe, right, Kristen, started last week. But that doesn't take care of all the evaluations. And I had mentioned earlier, we're using our own staff to do that, but that's not sustainable either. So a lot of that is due to those shortages, which would include the shortage at Hinley, at Tokenique for that maternity leave, as well as we had some shortages at Oxford also because we have another maternity leave.
So we're talking about current shortages and
Yes.
not budget shortages, but shortages on
Of
finding
staff.
the humans.
Yes.
And so that staffing is budgeted for. We just don't presently have them for
Correct.
now and next year also, I assume. Okay, sorry, one more question, kind of in the same vein, if I may, on page 266, this is in the object detail personnel. Where am I seeing, I am seeing that we are going down a special education teacher from this year to next year. And where is that coming from? So it says this year we're at 64.4 and next year recommended we're going down to 63.4. Am I misunderstanding what I'm looking at, or what does that mean?
61.4, which is the same 61.4. You're referencing the object detail, the white text in the back of the book. Included in those are the behavioral analysts that you see lower, but they're separated within the object detail. There is no reduction.
Okay. Thank you.
Dennis, Kitty, John.
So to kind of piggyback on Julie's thought process, I believe is. So I'm with her, I don't see additional resources for all of the additional people being identified, and maybe we can handle that, but we have $1.5 million in non-tuition, whether it be tuition non-public schools or tuition public schools that are not. How are we addressing that additional expense? And is there anything we could do to help alleviate that cost in the future? And keep the children in district versus putting them out of district?
Can I just, because that was my similar question, just go on that, in that, because and this number is staggering, by the way. It represents 57% of the increase in RC 24. 1.52 million, but the reason I'm asking that.
1.55, including in district or to public schools.
So I guess the question to Dennis is, are we avoiding internal costs by lacking a better term, using non-public schools and public schools?
So I don't.
And it goes to your question as well. Like, are we avoiding internal costs because, lack of a better term, we're outsourcing a number of students in other school districts?
I'll speak to the IEP.
And what, for future years, what can we bring
Yes.
in-house to then help lower that number in future years?
To the first question, John, we're not avoiding internal costs because we're not able, the reason the PPTs recommend IEP placements is because we don't have the program to support them. So out of the 33 IEP placements we currently had at that date, just to give you an idea, IEP placements, 2 of them are elementary, 4 are middle, and 27 of them are high school. So many of those of those placements are students that have some significant needs that we're not able to provide within district. I think we're committed to developing all those programs that we can. But the residential programs or programs where students have to go to, and our students return to our district. They may be short-term, some of them may be, residential programs also want to have a short term also and try to get students back to their community schools. But we can't provide those students with appropriate.
I get that, but if they come back, then they hit other line items, correct?
Yes.
And that's kind of,
Right, and some of the line items, I'll just use some of the examples as their step down programs and students do return to district. Sometimes it'll involve counseling, it'll involve psychiatric services, psychological services. It also may involve academic services as well. It also, some of our students who are in residential programs, when they do return also might be in our specialized programs. So there's a different ratio also.
and I guess, sorry, I hijacked your question. I guess when we bring those students back, I would imagine that tuition, especially non-public schools, is much higher. Like if I'm just looking at a numbers standpoint, I would imagine that tuition, it's cheaper if we do it in-house versus out of house.
Yes.
That's,
Yes.
so what I'm getting at is like that number's staggering, but we're also avoiding some internal costs.
Yes,
It'd be much more efficient to do it internally. I'm not arguing.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely, and so I guess that was the point.
And to your point, John, supporting students on either side, an outplacement or an in-placement.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Just following up on that point, I guess we have a premise here that would be significantly cheaper in-house. I'm just not sure in terms of the number of students and building economies of scale or scope for some of these particular services where it's really specialized, if that analysis is right.
But we can't do it, right?
Well, I'm about to turn to Rich.
So it is not true that it's always less expensive to educate the student in district. I mean, for example, some of the highest claims that we get for excess costs are for students who are already currently in district, not necessarily outplaced. It obviously depends on the student and student needs, whether it's better or not for the student to be out or in. I'll leave that to Shirley, but it's not, sometimes it's better or less expensive in-house and sometimes it's less expensive.
And I guess the question would be, is there any sort of like build by analysis you can do versus, outsourcing or us building an internal capability, or do we, the scope of service is so spread out, even in the small population, that we just could never, we'd have to have, so many different little fiefdoms built that we wouldn't actually have any economies within our structure. It's kind of what I'm thinking of it. And obviously the driver here is to make sure the program needs are met for the students, but I just trying to think business wise, like how you can put the pieces together. Would it be more efficient or wouldn't it? And how much work would it be to get our arms around that kind of analysis?
I think this number is at a point, and we flagged it before, this number is at a point where we do have some additional detail, but we in a future board meeting, whether it's Tuesday or we will be meeting the following week, that a look at this particular line item over time and at a sort of professional capacity level is important.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. And I just want to echo that. I think, the board has been asking for that level of detail for a while. This is the first year that we heard about outplacements at all. This is a year where we have a big deficit and now we're budgeting, almost $1.6 million more, double the deficit for next year. So, to follow up on Dave's point, these are some of the questions that are coming from the board at the special education update, right? Like, what are the breakouts? Not just, specified learning disability, but what are they? Are they highly language-based learning disabilities, right? Would, for example, building out a dyslexia program move kids back, right? Say that, some of the specialized schools in this area that children are going to who are dyslexic cost $70,000 a year, right? And if there's 10, So these are numbers that we need to look at. We do need to look at those classifications, and unfortunately, it's just not something the board can do on a pie chart that doesn't break that out. Shirley, you did mention something earlier about 27 DHS, and I didn't catch your numbers on elementary and middle school, but I'd love to have those in writing and in our update of our ALS placements. So sorry, just coming back to this. So in terms of how this connects back to our evaluation rates, right? So these are connected, our outplacements and our evaluations. This is a $75,000 increase in evaluations. And again, like, that's not something that I heard in the update in November, that we were having an increase in evaluations, that we're having increased costs and the numbers, you know, and that the rates have doubled. So I'm curious about contracting out for evaluations. I'm curious about how our staff has time to conduct these evaluations. If rates are increasing, how do we say that we have enough current staff with more students coming in? Like, it seems that there's going to be an even bigger pinch. Like, I certainly haven't talked to anyone in the special education community, staff or families this year, that feel that they have extra time by any means. So I'm curious what we're doing about this. And then, you know, the bigger picture is really, how is this budget? Dr. Adley, I think, how did you put it, that this provides better and more comprehensive special education services? And respectfully, I just have to ask how anyone could possibly see that. This reads to me that we are taking from primary and that we are giving to secondary. You know, we currently have a deficit due to unforeseen outplacements, and I don't understand how we can do a better job of anticipating them, how we can possibly even begin to do the work of looking at what we could bring in-house by eliminating a staffing position, specifically someone who has elementary experience. Elementary is potentially more complicated in one layer, in that there's 5 different buildings and 5 different administrative teams. And it takes a while to develop the rapport that is necessary to understand how those people work and then how they work with their families. So to me, getting rid of someone with that historical knowledge at this point in time just seems crazy to me, especially if we're talking about the example that I used. Let's say it were dyslexia, and I don't know that it is because I don't know the numbers. That typically is something that is identified in elementary, well, we certainly hope it's identified in elementary grades, right? So I'm having a really hard time finding a narrative that actually supports what's in this budget.
So perhaps I can help if you're referring, Katie, to the restructuring. And I think when you're saying eliminating a position, eliminating the director of elementary program director. And perhaps I wasn't explicit enough in my trying to give more color to that. When we developed the position of the elementary program director, we did not have 5 assistant principals. And we maintained that role essentially for the last 3 years, allowing the time for Kristen to really work with those APs and train those APs. And we now have a special education administrator in every elementary building, which actually is a higher level of support than having one program director overseeing the 5 areas. We had a program director because we had CES facilitators. We did not have administrators. We did not, CES facilitators could not evaluate, they could not observe, they could not build programs. They were really doing more monitoring. So I know that in the characterization, you're saying that we're eliminating. We've built a program to support that level of, as you said, relationships with the staff in their buildings, with the parents in their buildings. And Kristen's done a Herculean job in doing that. So we've been successful in that. The notion of moving our 2 program directors because where the need is in middle school and high school is really about looking at having a K through 12 person to really look at what our new initiatives and goals and focuses. 1, vertical alignment in developing. 2, professional capacity through K through 12. Also, the need in secondary to really work on our transitional programs, which is why we want someone on site in middle school and someone on site in the high school. So it is where we found our need to be is why we've redesigned this. We haven't taken away, we've built a different structure.
So I don't see it that way, which is okay. One point that I would ask you about is there is a time sometimes in PPTs where the administrator present needs to level up, right? That a decision needs to be made where it can't be a building administrator. So in terms of like the pinch that certain positions feel on PPTs, this doesn't take down from 3 central office positions to 2, the ability for that, right? This does make that K through 12 now responsible for that level of escalation. So that's one thing that I think is definitely missing from this piece, right? That there are times when PPTs, the chain of communication, the whatever protocols have to escalate to central office, and there will be 1 less personnel for that.
Well, I have, we're going to differ in opinion, and I'll try to help in terms of design. One, the idea of having K through 12 person and having a director doing that is, I can't tell you, and I'm sure many families will, the opportunity of having someone, families I've worked with for 9 years. So I get to work with students, some of them as early as ELP. And I'm a continual person as we go into articulation from grade to grade to be able to support the student and the family and turnkey to the new receiving team about that student. So the notion of, I would call them, we call them, you call them rising to the level. I really look at really being a resource. So I would continue to be a resource. The K through 12 director would be a resource, and you could work with those families in grades K through 12. It wouldn't take away from any of the other elementary, middle, or high school. If anything, it would support the continuity of those students and those families having one person over the years, year to year.
So I would suggest for going forward, we identify on this topic, I think we need to identify some board questions. So that, because again, it will be not next week, but the following, I think this entire administrative structure will take on, there will be 3 components. There's the building level, middle school, high school, there's the department chair conversation, and there's special education. And so I think we'll take the 3 inside of a larger administrative structure. So for the purpose of this discussion today, if we just want to note any additional questions that need to inform that discussion, we can do that perhaps now and then return to any specific questions. People have additional questions that they want for that, prepared for that discussion. Robin.
I just had a clarifying question because Shirley, you had mentioned that outplacements, 33 outplacements. Was that related to the increase of 1.5 million, or was that the total students that are in the 7.8 million number for out of district tuition? I was just curious what you mentioned, 33 students. I don't know if you were talking about.
Is that total number of students or new students being outplaced? Is that your question, Robin?
Yes.
Total
That's
number.
the total, and that's the 7.88 million of tuition.
And one of the
There's also unilateral placements in that tuition, so it's not the 7.8.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was my question. Thank you for asking. Thank you.
And also, the public there are some public programs, like CES is one public program. So that's has a smaller number of students.
Thank you.
Okay, so questions specific to preparing for the administrative restructure as it relates to special ed. Greg.
Yeah, I would just say, I know that there's been a lot of information requests and others have alluded to this as well. Just, I think I don't know who's keeping track of that stuff, but because there's been so many.
Yes, there are.
But I think we need to collect all the data. I mean, this is now, when we look at, what number is this one? That's number 24. This is 25% of the entire budget.
Correct.
$30 million. It's grown significantly over the last 4 years, 20%, probably the largest growing part of the budget. So I think really getting our heads around some of the information that we're asking for sooner rather than later would be really helpful. And I know I've even asked for a bunch of information that I haven't gotten almost a month ago. So I think we got to really start collecting that information and go into that meeting with full information so we can start, being responsive and making decisions.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't know if what I'm proposing is the best way to do this, but as I said, I'm trying to understand what the revision from where we are now to what we're recommending for the future, how things get covered, does anything get changed, lost, added, et cetera. So this is helpful, this page 17, and certainly the narrative in the binder, but I'm having trouble keeping track of the difference between a department chair evolving into a program director and the director of special education, what is now been handed off to the assistant principals, the SESS assistant principals.
it's a lot of moving parts, and I don't know if there's a way to simplify the flow of where it was and what it's evolved to. So that's what I'm craving, and I don't know how doable that is, or if anyone else needs it, honestly, for that matter. Does that make sense?
Well, if we can put together maybe a visual of it or some other,
Yeah.
to try and
The responsibilities,
reinforce
they
it
were
and everything.
here, they went here and here, or they evolved to
At a high
this.
level, yeah.
It would be very helpful for me. Again, my goal is to make sure that what we're doing is an improvement, obviously. And that it's an improvement, not just from an efficiency standpoint, but also from the way we're meeting kids' needs and servicing students.
Did you want to add something?
I was going to say, we can do that. We can show the existing roles and responsibilities of the chairperson and the additional responsibilities of the program director.
Thank you.
Okay, Dave.
Seems we're going around. Just to echo that, I mean, any sort of mapping to skills, qualifications versus job description as we do some shuffling around. And I don't think that's just within special ed. I think that's with a number of proposed changes for administrative staff. That would be very helpful to understand why we're changing who's doing what role, and also any efficiencies gained there. Just echoing Greg's point, obviously, I know myself, I think I speak for everyone here, certainly committed to make sure our students get all the services they deserve and are required to get. So it is necessary to remember that this is not something we can necessarily drive as a board. We can't move the cost curve down. It is going to be what it is. As we think that through, and we think through how we're going to move forward in our evaluation of this, which I think we do need, to Katie's point, much more data, much more analysis, much more understanding. It's going to be crucial from a communications point of view that we push this information out to the public so they can understand that there's things we can do here, there's things we can't do here. We're going to do what's right for the students, but we need to make sure that that information is understood by the entire community, because it is a significant number. At some point, it is going to impact other things. We're going to have to cut back and make changes because if this rate of growth continues, but this is not something we can manage. So we do need to communicate that and have that in mind as we think of things going forward and make sure the community understands.
Recognizing we do serve all our children, right? It's not at some point it is impacting the budget. I mean, we've passed that point actually, but I appreciate you recognizing it.
Anyone else questions specific to this discussion?
Just like quickly, you recognize also Dr. Dad, who's been able to get us participating in a cohort to secure 2 interns. That was through her process and.
Before we move on to that, though, just,
sorry.
yeah, no, sorry. And just checking for questions on the administrative changes. All right, as you were.
No, I'm good. That's all I had to say about it.
After that and the interns. All right, I actually had a question about the interns and whether or not, how easy or hard they are to secure, Shirley or Marge, and whether or not, given relative shortages, we wanted to increase the number in the budget of interns just for capacity building.
You can answer, but I know that Dr. McCarthy is too modest, and if Dr. Dad were here too, because of their presence in the state and their reputations, I don't know that we could get more than 2, at least in the first year, but there are several candidates who have expressly requested Darien, and that is because of Scott and Alicia's reputation in the state and at UConn.
Okay, additional questions specific on the budget line items? I think I had sort of a thought for us as we think about this budget. I think one of the things that is just true about special education is how volatile it is. And of course, this is a year where we're experiencing a deficit in this category. And so I would suggest while we do our best to budget, perhaps our best effort as a board is to act more as we have in the past couple of months and ask for more flexibility and more the staff coming to us when they find they need things. And if that we find that impacts our bottom line, then we make those adjustments. But we are budgeting so far in advance that we may just need to be more upfront about the fact that we do anticipate that there'll be shifts in these budgets, and hopefully we can accommodate it. But if we can't, there's a path. So go ahead.
I think we're struggling because we haven't seen this volatility in a very long time. I mean, the amount of volatility and I'm agreeing with you, but just, this is a big swing that we haven't seen if you go back in our books to 2020. And again, a lot is incumbent on what we dealt with the pandemic and the fallout there. I'm very certain of that, but but you may make a great point. We got to be nimble and flexible.
Okay. Quick clarification, ESY and summer PPTs. That increase in the budget is basically an offset though in the following year, correct? Because that's not an increase in the number of days. It's just that number shifts between budgetary years.
It's the number of days in June, and so you have a
Right.
higher number this year, the following year.
You'll have a lower number. Okay, thank you. All right, so again, just to repeat, on the 17th-ish, we will have a robust discussion about placements outside of the district, and we'll have a robust discussion about the administrative reorganization, one component of which will be special education. The two specific requests, although there's, I'm sure you'll provide more than this, were sort of mapping existing roles and responsibilities to new roles and responsibilities, a high level. We asked for an org chart earlier, and also mapping the difference in skills and qualifications between the different types of roles. Again, high level to start. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, public comment.
If anyone in person would like to participate, please come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and please state organization if you're speaking on behalf of.
Joanna Walsh, 17 Pleasant Street. I'm going to wear my CDSP cap and ask some questions, and I'm going to put my Joanna Walsh hat. Can we see the differences between the responsibilities for a K-12 director and the assistant superintendent for student services, just so we understand how those differ? And then do you know already who would be filling the new director position? Does it need to be posted and interviewed like when you have a principal or assistant principal? And then as just me, not as CDSP, parents have been coming to you for like the last 2 years, telling you they're not getting their services, their kids' needs aren't being met, telling you how these great schools have suddenly started really failing their kids. Instead of these problems being remediated systemically, they pull their kids and unilaterally place them. Parents don't pull their kids until the school has failed them, because it is very expensive, and kids don't want to leave because of friends. They don't want to leave the places that they know. So when you pull a kid out of school to unilaterally place them, something has really gone wrong. I just want to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Anyone?
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Orfanos. I'm on the RTM Finance and Budget Committee, and speaking in that capacity and also as a private citizen. And John, thank you for bringing the outplacement cost question right now, because several of us who are in this room now were in the same room some years ago in different roles. And I remember a very distinct conversation about, let me back up, the special ed situation was far more acute than it is today. And the policy that was described at that time was to build trust with those people that were still here in Darien who needed services, and the people that were being outplaced were not going to be able to come back. But the way to do that was to build the services in-house. That was the way to bring down those huge costs, was to build, for lack of a better expression, a better mousetrap here in Darien. And so I'm hoping that some of these things that are being discussed today are on that same track, because I think that in concept and as a policy, I understand that we're not really supposed to be discussing policy, but policy has cost impacts. So, it is a turbulent time with these expenses, but I'm hoping that we're on that road. And frankly, if Ms. Klein tells us that this is a better way to deliver these services, I have great respect for her and her point of view, and willing to accept that this is maybe a better way to go. Thank you.
Anyone else in person? If anyone online would like to participate in public comment, please use the raised hand icon. Trisha B, you are unmuted and recognized.
Hi, I'm Trisha Bredsnahan, and I'm speaking on behalf of Darien CPAC. So we would like, we support the continuation for the 12-month position for the program director for SESS. These formerly the chairs were extremely busy at middle school and the high school and had little time for what that position was supposed to be. Many times they had to fill in as case manager or even para or something, and it would be really great if they could fulfill the role, which brings us to the next question is, I think it would be great. I know that it would be really great to have a job description. From chair to this, is it the same and it's just more time through the 12 months? That would be nice to see. And also in line with that, there have been questions from the board regarding class makeups about how many children with IEPs and 504s are in different classes. And we don't know what like you're getting at on that, but for Darien High School, at least, there are a number of classes that have clusters of students with IEPs. And it seems as if it's either bad scheduling or something, but there are some classes that are IEP heavy and they shouldn't be. They should be more spread out. So it would be great if these program directors had some time to do that. And the one director of K to 12, it seems like we already have that with Shirley. We'd just like to hear some more about that. It seems a better term, but kind of watered down to have someone K through 12. It seems like elementary, we understand about the assistant principals, but it seems like they're losing out a little bit there. And we see the addition of the paras, about 9 of them, which seems weird if there's that many more paras needed and not any more special education teachers needed. And there's been a lot of talk tonight, people saying that parents scheduling PPTs, but for the most part, we would say administrators are scheduling these, or teachers or case managers. Everyone hates PPTs, and let's say parents are at the front of that line of hating PPTs. And according to the IDEA, there should be as many meetings a year as any child may need. So again, while people don't like them, it's under the law. And for professional development, which we've said each time, so you're probably really sick of it, Shirley, that it would just be great now that there's no consultant for co-taught teams. Now that, all these efficiencies are going in, it would be just really great if the co-taught teams had some good professional development that they haven't had for a couple of years.
Trisha, you're at time.
Oh, great. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
There are no more raised hands.
Okay. Is there anything that board members would like to add for us?
Can we get a quick point of information on the director? Is it a posting or is it a quick hire?
Posting. It's a new position. It needs to be posted.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, okay.
Is that the same for the middle school?
The posting?
So the department chair, this is going to get pretty technical in the DAA contract, but the 2 program directors that are now at Central Services will be redefined to be a program director at the middle school and a program director at the high school, one of which will be filled through a transfer and but actually both will be filled through an voluntary transfer. Honestly, maybe we should write you something up because it's 5 o'clock and it took me days to understand this with the lawyers. So.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, we will move on to curriculum, RC 19.
I've been waiting for this.
I first want to start by expressing my gratitude once again for having the opportunity to work in Darien Public Schools. Having spent the last 25 years of my career in my home, I feel like I'm making a new home here. I've now gone to so many music celebrations for children. I've been to sporting events, and I'm seeing familiar faces that I can recognize by name. So that feels really good. I also want to thank my cabinet colleagues, central service colleagues, for their support in this budget process, because it's a little bit different. Different districts do things in different ways. So I appreciate that very much. Our team is online right now. So I want to thank Julie Droller, our Director for Elementary Education, and our department chair colleagues for not only their work on this budget, but also their leadership day in and day out in the areas of curriculum, instruction, assessment, and professional learning, because it's all of these that are the most important ingredients that result in high quality teaching and learning experiences that are experienced by our students and our staff each day in Darien Public Schools. It's really the hallmark. Teaching and learning here is the hallmark, the quality of our programming. And I also want to recognize the talented teaching staff. I've had the pleasure of being inside and outside of so many classrooms since my time starting in Darien, and it's really those individuals that bring the curriculum to life through the heart and soul of their teaching and learning instruction. There's really an art and science to that. I've really been inspired by their work. I also want to thank the board for their all of your unwavering commitments. In the past several months, the amount of volunteer hours I have witnessed is simply unparalleled. So thank you for that and focusing your attention on supporting teaching and learning and doing what's right for our kids. So within the RC19 budget are really all of those things, as you know, and I want to make sure the public knows that, again, bring teaching and learning, bring the school day, school experience to life for our young people and our staff in the way of curriculum, resources, professional learning, memberships to professional organizations, textbooks, field trips, and more. So I'll just go over the highlights of where the significant budget changes are as far as cost, and then would welcome any questions after. With regard to personnel, the instructional support specialists within the budget, we've been talking a little bit about this. That primarily has to do with the interventionists. Robin had raised the question before. The interventionists that are in each of our schools, 1.0 math, 1.0 literacy in each of the elementary schools, and the 1.0 staffing at the middle school are all regular education, general education staff members. We're really grateful for their support, and we recognize that through this budget, as discussed, we're looking to provide increased supports through existing staffing at the middle school level. Effectively, with those shifts, if approved, we would have an additional 2.0 support time, the equivalent of 2.0 FTE at the middle school level. We also have another highlight there, the elementary curriculum coordinator position that through this budget would be eliminated as proposed. That is really to provide teacher leadership opportunities through stipends at each of the elementary schools. Those stipended positions would be in addition to grade level leaders and would be liaisons to the director of elementary curriculum and myself in the way of supporting curriculum development and high quality instructional practices, as far as supporting SRBI, monitoring the data that's related to SRBI, and professional learning that's built by and for our staff. We've already discussed the director of visual and performing arts. I'm certainly happy to take any other questions about that. And I think that would, as we've discussed, be part of a larger discussion around the administrative restructure. In a similar way, with the world language department chair, as Dr. Adley mentioned, there would be additional stipended positions for curriculum specialists at the middle school and high school level. There already is that existing stipend at the elementary level. The curriculum supervision, that's a new line in this budget because that is again about the one teacher at each of 5 elementary schools that I just spoke about. Everybody knows that we have recently heard about the response for the submitted waiver last year. So these positions would also be really critical in working together with me and Mrs. Droller with regard to the shifts in literacy that will need to be made, that we actually look forward to looking at and studying together as staff and administration in the year to come. The account for L instruction has no increase. It's certainly something we're keeping an eye on because our L population continues to increase in district. Currently, we have 75 students and growing in the school system that we've welcomed. Curriculum development is a line where there is a slight, I would say slight increase, others might say different, $30,000 increase. But when I think about the work that the staff is doing in this team in the way of not only EduPlanet, but the need for ongoing curriculum writing and revision, I think this would support the work in that area. The department chair team, they are a modest group. They are really brilliant when it comes to the idea and notion of studying curriculum, the science of curriculum writing, and thinking about what will work well with children. And they've worked diligently over the last several of months together with me to think about developing a curriculum writing and revision cycle that will not only help us pace the work in Darien Public Schools, but help inform future budget development. So I've heard questions before earlier today, and even this evening around anticipated cost, for example, with textbooks or instructional technology. And not only do we want to look at usage rates, we want to think about when we're revising curriculum and for what reason we're revising curriculum, and then what shifts might we need to make in materials and resources to support that. So having a real scope and sequence for how we're developing curriculum will help with that. We could look at some curriculum now beyond what's happening in EduPlanet and see that some curriculum, this is not uncommon in school districts, but it happens, is quite outdated. Or then we'll look at legislative changes that happen every summer and things that maybe were required that were required several years ago, but maybe school districts around the state haven't even implemented yet. For various reasons. So that will keep us, I think, more intentional and more systemic in that area of our work. And the team was positioned really well for this to be the next level of work in that area. This budget book, this RC19 includes, I think, much greater detail than in the past. The cabinet discussed this with regard to the curriculum writing. So what we've tried to do as a team is outline what we anticipate we can work on with regard to EduPlanet, what would be most immediately public facing as far as unit guides for public consumption. And then also, again, what do we need to do to continue to keep our curriculum relevant and rigorous and robust and meaningful for our students and staff. Something to note is this cost reflects the hard work of our staff and administration who are writing the curriculum here in district. And I've said repeatedly, and I'll keep saying, we cannot separate curriculum development from instruction and assessment and professional learning. All of those things have to be looked at together at all times. If we make a curricular shift because of new standards or some other impetus for change, we then have to think about what instruction is taking place in classrooms, what instructional shifts might we need to change. Assessment, how are we measuring student learning outcomes and the effectiveness of curriculum? And certainly professional learning goes without saying. I would also note with regard to curriculum development, Mrs. Klein and I agree, as do our department chair colleagues in both the general ed side and SCSS side, that we have some work to do in the area of universal design for learning framework. Some of that I'm sure we have expertise in district. Some of it is learning that both Mrs. Klein and I are happy to be doing together. As we move forward, that will be a critical area of concern with regard to develop to ensure that there's accessibility for all of our learners. We do have a curriculum committee meeting on the 11th, and I'm looking forward to the department chairs and I having the opportunity at that time to share more information about the curriculum writing cycle and revision cycle that's proposed, again, to keep us really organized with the work that we're doing in this area. Again, the narrative does outline the work that's expected for EduPlanet in elementary, middle, and high school through this budget, if approved, the ongoing curriculum revision, and then of course the proposed new courses, if approved through this budget. I know the courses and concept were approved, but if approved through this budget, there would be some curriculum development work that would need to happen that we would be looking forward to. With regard to the consultant services, I'll jump over to that line, 012001. That account reflects about a $30,000 decrease Really, the area of focused attention for consultant services are around supporting the work, the continued work of PDEC. I just wanted to earmark some funds there because we'll have a new teacher and educator and leader supervision and evaluation support plan. That is something that we are building by design in-house with a really quite a representative team of teachers and administrators. You'll have a board update on that on the 9th, on Tuesday night. There's some work that we need to be looking at in the area of play-based learning. Mrs. Klein and I will be looking at that together with Laura Straighten, Julie Droller, and our elementary colleagues. And of course, I've already mentioned the work in the area of UDL. Another piece is the Sources of Strength, which is a peer-to-peer support model. We've heard Dr. Dad speak about that in earlier presentations. Account 013013, dues and memberships. This line pretty much is coming in at a similar amount from last year, with the exception of Dr. Dad's accounts for Director of Mental Health. There are a few associations that were not included last year because her position wasn't in that budget year. But for example, the American Psychological Association, or for example, the National Association of School Psychologists. Those are two examples of dues and memberships that are new for fiscal year 25. Local travel is a flat at 4,000. L resources are essentially coming in at the same amount. Textbooks, this one, I want to just draw everyone's attention to 2001, I'm sorry. It looks like approved fiscal year 24 came in at 38,713. That was actually probably much lower than anticipated because I believe, it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Rich, the Board of Education made a decision to purchase some of the textbooks ahead. So for fiscal year 24, there wasn't as much of a need. Am I correct in that? Okay, because I know it makes it look like my ask this year is a lot higher. So I just wanted to point that out. The textbooks, we talked about textbook cycle. Part of that is actual physical textbooks, which are I think the best of kind. There are also some that again fall into another RC because they might be software related. So we need to be considering both of those. And some of those have to do with, for example, when AP courses are updated. We're continuing to run the AP course. You need to update the material. There are also some new courses, if approved through the budget process, that would require new textbooks as resources. The professional development account 5003, that account has, I think, a pretty modest increase. Again, the implementation of a revised educator and leader evaluation and support plan will be the most significant work of the PDEC committee in this year and following into the year ahead. The curriculum writing aligned to universal design for learning principles will require professional learning for administrators and teachers alike. The play-based learning concept will require some professional learning. AP assessment training is very typical in districts year over year, and we offer certainly an impressive cadre of AP level courses. And just content-based professional learning across the different disciplines. Resource materials, that account 023004 has also come in at a lower amount. That is, there's a table in RC 19 that reflects the replacement cycle for headphones. So that is what that is. The next account is curriculum research and development. This account is 025005. That account has been completely wiped. It was sitting at about $25,000, I think pretty typically year over year. And now that account is at zero. And that's because we did make the decision to move a partial position out of one of the grants, which then freed up some funds in that grant for curriculum research and development. So it's just choosing to not pay for that staff member there so that we could instead use funds for a different purpose and take it out of the general fund. hopefully that makes sense to everyone. The curriculum research and development, we had initially earmarked for the climate survey, which is statutorily required. That will be paid out of a different account, I believe PL. RC 18. Thank you for that. I know we talked about that yesterday. And then finally, field trips. This account is pretty much coming in at nearly the same amount. I did watch several times this exact Super Saturday meeting, so I knew how super it would be many times over and over from last year's. I know there was some discussion on field trips. There are a required expected amount of field trips that happen per grade level. They're typically 2. There are a couple of grade levels that are actually piloting this year in some of the schools. And we do that because we want to check for alignment to the curriculum, see what the students and staff members think of their experiences. And we also work with CDSP to ensure that there is parity across what's offered across the 5 elementary schools in particular. That's really what that account reflects. I just want to again express gratitude to my colleagues that are Zooming in at this hour on a Saturday night. And we will welcome any questions that the board has.
Thank you. And with that, it is actually officially Saturday night. And it's my understanding that the snow has started. So with the notion that we might have people who have a ways to go, if we could think about, there's a curriculum meeting coming up on the 11th. We also have a meeting on the 17th. If we could think about, how we want to organize our questions. If it's pretty basic for now, we'll handle it here. Otherwise, larger discussions, more than a minute or 2, we'll move. David.
Just looking here at the curriculum writing exam, we're talking about elementary high school. Is this all for 2024? Or is there a longer timeline for that?
So the table is reflecting what we anticipate for the 24-25. So what we'll do is I'll be looking to provide an update. I know some days, maybe too, it feels like I've been here for a bit. Other days it feels like I just got here. What we're trying to do is really keep in mind the work that's happened. Each of the departments approach the curriculum writing a little bit differently. Some wrote across curricular units by the course, if that makes sense. Others wrote across a unit for a course. So what I want to do is be able to come back to the board with by department, what we can do before the end of this year. And then this would be for the following year.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to figure out if we get what the scope, how long it would take to do all these different things. And then real quick on 1912009 interventionists, I'm looking at that rate before you were here. And I'm looking at that right now that you are here, and it's been growing fairly rapidly for a number of years. Just sort of key drivers to that. And we don't have to do that now. We can do it another time.
Key drivers are just the teacher contract and turnover.
Over a number of years?
Yep. So we've had people on lower scale leave and we replace them with higher scale and then the new teacher contract. So there haven't been additional FTE, but different people.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you for
Robin.
I have a question. It's kind of an overarching question because I think it affects a lot of different line items regarding the K-3 literacy and whether we have adequate funding and where that is funded in here. And then also kind of in conjunction with that, the curriculum writing for elementary, where I know there were a number that were flagged as reading and writing, curriculum writing and revision. Is that something that's being done in parallel to the pilots, or is that basically the piloting of the new material? So it's just a question.
So thank you for the question. It is a complicated one because we received notification about the waiver, certainly actually very close to the budget process coming to fruition. And there are funds available through the ARPA Right to Read grant, which will fund some of the supplies and materials and will also support some of the professional learning, will support some of the vetting of materials. So there are some placeholder amounts within this budget, but we certainly, like any other district in Connecticut, don't know exactly what the cost of eventually the new curriculum materials will be. And we really need to do our due diligence to explore what the materials are. There's a much greater expanded list now of what's approved. And it's incredibly important to bring teacher voice to that work and to really engage in a process that will be authentic and genuine and get us to a place where we feel like we're meeting the needs of all of our learners. So in short, some of that cost is represented here, but it's also not for implementation for like 2 years out. This next year will really be like a study and research year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So that was one of my questions, is in our curriculum meeting, we talked about, maybe you're working a lump sum for this, and it looks like you guys decided not to do that and use the ARPA grant. And then, we could always transfer and whatever, but would it be a good idea to put in a number, or do you just find, I know you don't know what you want yet, so that's hard.
That's hard, and so that's why partially I did say anticipated with regard to those, for example, the curriculum writing,
Right.
those units, because I imagine, as board chair just pointed out a little bit ago, we're projecting out like 18 months. So certainly we're gonna have to respond earlier to literacy, and social studies has new standards. So we have to make shifts. We'll have to make shifts, but I feel like we have enough to at least begin a pilot.
Okay.
I would expect that the following year, fiscal year 26, there's going to be a different need.
Okay, great. And then
On Tuesday, can you just highlight what is in here, what's in the ARPA grant, and sort of how that corresponds to your plan, please? Thank you.
And then not for tonight because it's 5:22, but I would like to discuss the reduction of the elementary curriculum coordinator and better understand and whether this year is the right year to be doing that when we have this big new change to institute.
Okay, so I'm adding that for the 17th.
Thank you.
Dave.
So I was just trying to keep in scope to the budget items, but following up to Robin's, like to preserve the point that maybe we should look at what happened in terms of the grant, why we didn't get it, what happened into it, and how we're going to address. So I think I heard we're looking that way, but if at some point, just sort of a look back and a look forward, would love that update in policy. Report side. Thank you.
Just a kind of a housekeeping point. Dave brought it up earlier with a different point, but can we somehow memorialize that the curriculum and research and development is now funded by a grant as opposed to just a zero? And put a footnote there somewhere for this budget and also future budgets.
Julie?
A little thing on textbooks, is it possible to just add the detail for all the lines as far as what is included here? In some cases, it says 70 print and 6-year digital, et cetera. And in other places, there's no detail on what the $9,300, for example, is buying us, just for our education, if nothing else.
Do you mean like the number?
Yes, like for the Norton Anthology, it doesn't say if we're buying 60 hard copies or if
Okay,
we're buying
so
a
like
digital
bundles.
subscription to it, or just so we know a little more about what we're purchasing. Thank you.
You're welcome. Katie?
I'll go through my questions quickly because I'm happy to have them answered at the next meeting. I also have questions about the admin restructuring. That was your point, right? Okay, great. Questions about the literacy curriculum work, questions about the PD that's in for next year and how we expect that to look, given, the work that we're doing on the curriculum. Question what the writing focus meant on page 226, the last one, elementary literacy. And then on the following page 227, there was a mention of that it was encompassed by all, but for universal design for learning. I was just curious who leads that, if that was you or if there was someone else within the district. And then my other question was, again, coming back to the literacy curriculum development, I'm curious about where we stand in this budget in terms of our relationship with Teachers College, both with the budget and the grant.
When you come back on Tuesday with what's in here in the ARPA grant, that what's in here will include professional development, subscription fees, or like membership, any kind of thing with Teachers College. Okay. To quickly, who leads the UDL? Both of you, right? Yes. Thank you. All right. Anyone else have questions specific to this budget at this time? Okay. Thank you very much. Public comment.
If anyone in person has public comment, please state your name and address, and if you represent an organization, please state that organization's name.
Crystal Hill, 300 Brookside Road, CDSP co-chair. Couple questions. Given the work involved with selecting new curriculum to satisfy state literacy requirements, is now the right time to reduce the amount of FTEs who directly oversee curriculum and who could execute much of that work? Will elementary teachers designated as curriculum specialists at each school be required to do this work and attend district level meetings during the school day? Their duties outlined included assisting in the development of curriculum, analyzing and sharing data to inform instructional practice, managing student data regarding SRBI, helping admin coordinate SBACs, maintain curriculum websites, support design and implementation of professional training. This just seemed like an extensive list of responsibilities. When will they do that work, and will they be pulled from the classroom to do that work? In terms of the curriculum development, the 25 additional days for curriculum writing over the summer, who is writing world language curriculum without a department chair? And 22001 textbooks, it includes a line of updated units of study for elementary writing. The breakout numbers show 27,500 for kits and mentor texts to support revised writing curriculum. Is this Teachers College units of study?
Anyone else?
Anyone else in person? If anyone online would like to participate in public comment, please use the raise hand icon. Alex Taylor, you are unmuted and recognized.
Hi, this is Alex Taylor, as you know, for Barrington Road, representing CPAC. Thank you, everyone. I know this has been a really long day. As mentioned before, we know that we've placed many students outside for additional reading services. So as we're reviewing the reading waiver denial and making changes to the reading program, we should look at research-based multi-sensory programs that have been proven to teach children with reading disabilities to read, as well as all students. We may have high district scores, but many else placements show that we have struggling readers. That program can help all readers, not just kids with learning disabilities. Learning differences. We also want to say that we're happy to see the UDL in professional development, and we'd love to learn more about it. Thank you again for your time, and have a good night, everyone.
There are no more raised hands.
Okay. Anything from the comments that we need to add to the list? Okay.
Well, I think Crystal's questions about the elementary school teacher leaders being pulled from the classroom, that's something to examine when we talk about the restructuring.
Okay. Yes, Dave. Yeah. All right. With that, we will, thank you very much, Amy. We'll move on to RC23 Summer School.
So Darien Summer School is a self-operating program expected to generate in excess of $850,000. It supports over 1,500 students and it's continued to be successful, especially since we've left COVID. Got it.
Okay, any questions? No. Julie?
I think the answer is no, but do we do anything to promote the programs we offer outside of the immediate? Oh, we do.
So we do have some students who don't live in Darien.
I know we do. I didn't know how they found us.
So there's mailers that go out, the link to the website, word of mouth, but we've seen consistent growth.
Okay, but we're not actively seeking out people outside of the district. We're not mailing people that aren't part of.
No,
our-
not random mailers.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Robin.
I have a question. One, it would be helpful to see what the trend is in the number of students and the average tuition rate per year for summer school. And I wanted to know, are we increasing the tuition rate on any kind of annual basis? And is that being increased commensurate with our increased costs? Another question is, are summer school expenses also dispersed to RC24 for summer school and the PPT summer kind of costs? Because you mentioned that costs are dispersed from the revenues to the different areas. And I didn't know if that also applied to the RC24 ESY summer school, summer PPTs, or if that's totally separate.
They're separate. Okay. We can talk about that offline, how that's distributed.
That's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. All right, with that, public comment.
Anyone in person would like to comment? Anyone online, please use the raised hand icon. No raised hands at this time.
Okay, finance, Rich, you're up.
So while not shown in RC 20, we did mention this earlier, the change in the budget does reflect a reduction of one position in an accountant position. That position was previously in the food service budget. That reduction will allow us to move the part-time cleaners from RC 12 into the food service budget, which is the reduction to the board's budget. Overall, that reduction is about $150,000. The anticipated way to reallocate the work is we are going to take that work and spread it out amongst 5 individual people. The individual who's being reduced did primarily work on food service accounting, student activities, and bank reconciliations.
Rich, what's the impact to the department's day? How much, there's the capacities there?
So there's a little bit of capacity, which is why it's kind of being chunked up into 5 different people. There certainly isn't the capacity to just kind of take that work and move it into one person. So everybody's just gonna have to pick up a little bit more work.
Okay. Any other questions? Katie?
My question is actually about food service, but since it's not on the agenda and it's one of the white tabs, is it okay to ask that here?
Fire away, we'll see how fast it is.
Okay, we can certainly come back to it. Here's my question. What is the long-term plan for the revenues? The food service is generating quite a bit of revenue and there have been a couple pieces, like for example, covering some custodial costs. I assume that portion of that was related to the cafeteria cleaning. I know that there had been discussion about using some of those revenue over time to build the sustainability of the cafeterias, specifically reinstating dishwashers, reusables, getting rid of disposables, all of that. So that's my question and happy to talk about that more later.
I'm writing it down.
So I can answer some of it. We actually do have an architect coming in the next 2 weeks to look at Tokenique. So the idea would be to expand the sustainability program that's currently at Oxford next to Tokenique. The reason being, we'd like to start with the elementary schools first. We don't really want to touch the HHR schools until that's kind of behind us. Tokenique is also a little bit more modern of a cafeteria area. So while we're sitting on reserves, which are cash that is sat there for repairs and equipment, and maintenance and things like that, at some point this year, we're going to bring a recommendation of the Finance Committee to take a portion of those reserves to fund the implementation of the plumbing work and a dishwasher at Tokenique, similar to what we did last year when we brought to the board certain equipment that we wanted to be purchased, whether it was like shelving stations and things like that, refrigerators and stoves. We'd want to bring that forward probably in the April timeframe so that we could do that work over the summer and then be ready for that for the next school year. In terms of the revenue, we are exceeding expectations. We currently only have 3 district employees left in the food service fund. We are contracting out that bargaining unit through attrition. So there's only 3 left going into next year. The success of the program is what's allowing us to pay for things like lunch monitors for the elementary schools that would have had to previously be in the board's budget, the part-time cleaning staff. So in totality, it's really been able to, cover about $250,000 of expenses that otherwise would have been borne by the board's budget. As those 3 people kind of shift, off our books, the likelihood is that we'll be able to expand over time.
It's work.
Okay, any other questions in finance? No, public comment.
Anyone in person would like to comment? Anyone online would like to participate? Please use the raised hand icon. There are no raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. That will move on to administration, RC 16.
So the main changes in RC 16 include a reduction of $10,000 to legal fees. That is primarily due to the fact that we do not have a certified contract to negotiate next year. The administrators were done this year, so next year is the year that we don't have one. There is money included in this budget for a demographer, which is the SLAM report that the board gets in November, as well as $20,000 for the continuation of the schedule efficiency implementation, and then $3,000 for weather service that supports the superintendent.
Any questions in this category? Katie?
On page 204, under the consultant services, scheduling efficiency implementation, that's an additional $20,000 to what's already been paid for the appendix. And can you remind me what was paid for the appendix report?
23,000.
So this would be a total of 43 to this one specific consultant, is that correct? Thank you.
That would be to continue the implementation, if there's, after the implementation of the schedule, to, if there's anything else that needs to be done and fixed, corrected, or otherwise. And we're still looking at what it will cost in all honesty to bring that person to actually work with the principals on the ground with the actual schedule in itself.
So that was my question for this. Does that mean that that $20,000 is to help the middle school administration develop new middle school schedules?
There's really.
Let's talk about that on Tuesday.
There's
So there's really
buckets.
three components. The first was the $23,000, which was spent for the report that's in the budget
Yeah.
book. There will be another expense this year to bring in individuals from this company to help work with the principals and provide professional development and training on how to build the schedules. And then the $20,000 that you see in here is really to have them as a resource for any troubleshooting that might be needed as the year begins.
We'll talk more on Tuesday.
So, yeah, you'll outline that for us again. Thank you. Yes, Dave. We'll get on Tuesday.
It's still unclear at this point.
Just teasing, preserving for Tuesday. The history of this schedule change, like who put it in? Where did this go wrong? Where'd it come from?
It's the proposed.
No, I know, but as we discussed the proposed, I'm just trying to understand the history of where the scheduling that created the problem stemmed from.
Where the actual impetus of asking for it,
No,
first
who
of all,
put the
or?
schedule in place that we had to bring a consultant?
Oh, okay.
The schedule's no good. Like,
Okay.
who put this in? Was this 20 years ago, 10 years ago?
Okay, thank you. I
Yeah.
understand. Thanks, Dave.
Other questions? Greg?
This is sort of related, it's just because it's administrative stuff, but I know that the New Solutions consultant did like an overview and analysis of the teachers. Did they do something at the administrative level too?
No.
No, this is strictly class size.
Just class size stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else? All right, public comment.
Anyone in person would like to participate? Anyone online, please use your raise hand icon. There are no raised hands at this time.
We are on Personnel Human Resources, RC 18.
So there are three main drivers within RC 18. It is turnover, contract support, and we did create a new account called salary savings. So for turnover, we are budgeting an assumption of 59 teachers with an average savings of about $4,900. This is more in line with what we're seeing in the current year, but far lower than what we've seen historically and in the past. This current year, we did see a sharp decline in turnover savings. The number of younger teachers who are available to replace those who leave the district has sharply declined. As I mentioned, we are creating a new account called salary savings. As we've discussed throughout the year in our financial reports, we have what's called salary savings. And so those aren't like turnover savings, where turnover savings are permanent. You're hiring somebody who's less expensive than the person who left. Salary savings are temporary savings where you've hired somebody late, and there's been a gap in time in which the position's been filled. So if you assume the position was going to be filled, let's say July 1st, and you didn't fill it until August 1st, you have essentially two paychecks that you didn't actually expend. So you have salary savings. And so what we're building into this budget is a conservative amount of $50,000 of salary savings. So assuming certain positions might not necessarily be filled by July 1st. The next item is contract support. So there are two classifications within contract support, the unaffiliated salaries and then paraprofessionals. We do have a tentative settlement with the paraprofessionals that we'll discuss with the board on Tuesday in executive session, which will impact the budget as well.
I'm disappointed Jack left about this. This new line item. No,
That's all, Jack.
I think it's a great addition. Now, and you're also reducing turnover, which I think is a smart move given.
So this year we've, achieved about $320,000. We're bringing it down to about $289,000. We have seen just, recently how hard it is to find staff. In the PAR that you're going to see on Tuesday, there's a math teacher who's more expensive than the individuals who left. And so that creates essentially negative turnover. So that's one of the reasons to lower that.
Can you give us a history of the turnover line item? Again, not necessarily for manipulating the budget, but just for common understanding of how that's changed over time.
Sure. So typically the districts received anywhere between 30 and 40 certified staff members who leave on a given year. And whether it's an individual who retires, they're at their end of the career and they retire, or an individual who goes to another district. And typically what happens is the person who leaves is usually on a high step. You end up hiring an individual either on a lower or middle step, and you create the savings, the gap between the person who left and the person who's gone. Last year, we lost 74 teachers. The book says 64, though we've lost 2 since the book's been printed. So it's really 66 teachers. And so while the quantity of teachers leaving is growing, the savings of replacing those teachers has shrunk dramatically because there just are less teachers out there. And so what happens is instead of a teacher leaving at master step 20 and replacing them at master step 5 or 6, somebody is leaving at master step 20 and maybe you're replacing them at master step 19 or 18. So there just isn't that credit that was available. So it used to be that we would save $600,000-$700,000 a year, and that's really been cut in half.
Okay, not a priority for Tuesday, but I'd love to just have a table so that, again, we're all conversant in number of staff and the actual number that we budgeted for 5 to 10 years. So we can see how it's changed. Robin?
I had a question on the contract support. How many personnel roughly are non-union? And what type of personnel are those? And then also I had a question about the certified staff column change, what that was for and why it increased.
Sure. So there's 48 individuals who are considered non-union. All of us here at the table are considered non-union. Dr. Adley's non-union. The facilities director and assistant director are non-union. The IT department, for example, the business office, the suburban drivers, they're all non-union individuals. In terms of the column change, what that represents is within the DEA contract, teachers can earn additional credits. And when they get a certain amount of credits, they move lanes. And so the reason it fluctuates is dependent on the number of teachers who are anticipated to change lanes, whether it's going from a master's to a master's 15, or maybe a master's to a master's 30, or a master's 60 to a PhD, whatever it might be. And so we have a roster of individual teachers who are anticipated to make that move in the next school.
Why is that line item so much higher?
So what ends up happening is we budget that certain amount. So your teachers and their salaries are in their respective RCs. And so let's say a high school teacher gets a column change, money gets taken out of the column change account and then applied to the salary account of that teacher. So if it's a science teacher at the high school, money comes out of that account and then moved to the science teacher account at the high school. It's very similar to turnover where we budget the credit in RC 18. And then let's say you have a credit of $20,000 for a teacher at the middle school, then that $20,000 credit extinguishes the turnover and then applies to the middle school.
Thank you. Julie, then John.
Just to clarify on the non-union, that 48 number, does that also include individuals who have a union available to them but choose not to participate or be members? It does not, okay. And then for substitute PD, I just want to make sure we capture that in the PD overall, and I'm just curious what PD looks like for our substitutes.
So it's the substitute who's covering for the teacher who's getting paid.
Oh, thank you.
So Rich, real quick on the salary savings, it references fiscal year 25. I think that's a typo. It should say 24, right? Because we're 105 thus far this year.
Am
I right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So just fix that. And then I know it soared post-COVID, but is there any way you go back and calculate kind of what the balances were in salary savings for maybe the last 5 pre-COVID? I just want to see if we were being too conservative here. I like the methodology. It's the first time we're using this line item, but I just love that. I'm not proposing to change it, but just to get some sort of idea.
We could probably look at that.
Anyone else?
Great. Katie. Just coming back to Julie's point for later, I would be curious about how our building subs that are, throughout how they factor into professional development.
Building subs are asked to come to professional development. So anything that the teachers do.
Thank you. All right, public comment.
Anyone in person would like to participate? If anyone online would like to participate in public comment, please use the raise hand icon. There are no raised hands at this time.
Thank you very much, Michelle. With that, we'll move on to security, RC 27. Hello, Leon.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for inviting me and for all your work today. So a little bit of an overview of our budget. Overall reduction is 3.38%, which equates to 36,855. And of course, RC 2027 encompasses myself, 11 campus monitors and 6 armed security officers. 5 of those are assigned to our elementary schools, and 1 is a floater, primarily assigned to the middle school, but he also covers the other schools and on occasion the high school. And I'm very proud to lead such a dedicated group of folks who do great work for our district that sometimes isn't recognized because they're in the background, but I'm very proud to lead a exceptional group of men and women that do great work for our district and keep our students and faculty very safe. And the one big change in our budget is related to campus monitors, the proposed reduction of 1 campus monitor at the middle school. That will reduce the campus monitors at MMS to 1. And that will move around one of the more veteran campus monitors at the middle school to an elementary school. That's kind of my little snapshot of RC 27.
Questions for Ms. RC? Dave?
I think if I read, there was talk about the campus monitor moves, and also we had some other staff. Are they trained or qualified to be able to do that job? When they were gonna move some drivers in lieu, did I read that?
Yes, I think, well, the concept is we also have an SSO that primarily works at the middle school. So he's able to help with safety and security and supervision at the middle school. And we also have drivers that when they're not driving, they go to the middle school and they help with supervision on the playgrounds. So that will fill those gaps that will be left by reducing 1 campus monitor at the middle school.
But they'd have equivalent training over time to the campus monitor that they would be replacing?
It's distinct. The SSO certainly has more or.
Yeah, no, not the SSO. I'm just talking
Yeah.
SR.
No.
SR, yeah.
Yeah, so not necessarily. It's distinct training, I think, but certainly we could add to training as needed if we saw a gap there related to their coverage.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Yeah, I could appreciate a little more color on understanding why the reduction of the campus monitor. It's not immediately clear to me how the drivers compare to that. And then saying that there's an SSO at the middle school, there's one at the high school too, and we have now SSOs and or SRO. And I'd like to see what the overall plan is, looking at security, like just to reduce 1 brings up more questions for me.
So yeah, can we get just a little bit, Leon, we're trying to get people out of here because it's snowing here and some people have a long way to go. But I think maybe just a little bit of clarity on the roles and responsibilities and how they differ from supervision, not roles and responsibilities, like what's one and what's the other, but how is supervision changing at the middle school? Is there any impact to security with this shift?
I don't, would you, yeah, if I'd like to answer that. I don't see an impact to security and safety at the school by the reduction. Certainly you don't ever want to lose people, but given the budget environment we're in, these difficult cuts are sometimes necessary. I do believe though, by increasing the supervision of the drivers, and also given that we now have an SSO there a majority of time, not there all the time, he's able to help with supervision and safety there too. And we also have an SRO at the middle school who helps with supervision and safety. So I don't love it, but I'm pretty comfortable with that reduction. And I don't think there'll be an impact in safety and security at the middle school.
So the campus monitors in general are there to provide adult supervision. They're not really a security force. They're there for adult supervision. So at the middle school, there's one at the front door who does school gate guardian.
Mhm.
That will stay. It's the one who's really in the hallways, out at lunch, out at recess. And so it's another form of adult supervision.
Okay, and so the drivers would be able to replicate.
So they're
close-
already doing it in part.
They are.
So it's not a big transition. The only change is instead of being there for 8 hours, they're only there for 3.5 hours, but there's a number of them.
Julie and Dave.
Not for now, and probably not for a budget conversation, but I do think that there's a conversation to be had about what sounds like a need to have an SRO, an SSO, 6 extra adults supervising and a campus monitor at the middle school, because that's new, that's a lot of new information to me that came out of my budget book that feels like it deserves a conversation.
Okay, that's fair.
And I just want to, so part of the conversation when we instituted the SSOs at the elementary school, we talked about, do we still keep the campus monitor in addition to the SSO? Are you still comfortable that that model is the correct model, that we can't staff that front door with anybody else in that building?
Oh, you're asking.
I don't care, but you can answer
No,
too.
I want someone at the front door.
No, I want one too, but is there, there are additional administrative assistants, like I'm just looking for efficiencies, but is there a way to do that or not?
So that's paraprofessional bargaining unit work?
Thank you very much.
So we've been told no.
I guess I'll do it now real quick, and I don't need to answer, but I know we had a conversation when we brought in the SSOs about there would be training that would happen for the existing campus monitor. I think some of that was focused around traffic control and things like that. So what I'm asking, if we're gonna have training for the drivers to substitute this campus monitor, are they gonna understand traffic control? Like, I don't expect them to be SWAT team. I do expect them to have at least what the campus monitors had. Thank you.
They have had all of the training that the campus monitors have had, all of the, yes.
Okay, other questions on this RC?
I just wanted to point out, we have a new account now, Rich, too, that you consolidated all the police and fire.
So there is a police and fire account. So that is when we hire police presence, whether it's for graduation or moving up ceremonies, fire control, or fire watch, I should say, for like plays when you have a certain amount of number of people. So that is when we reimburse the PD for their services.
So you consolidated that this year?
So we moved the individual accounts from the schools into security, but we do have it broken out in our accounting system by school.
Okay, great, thank you.
In 72021, it mentions radios. We also have that in the capital plan. Are they different things or?
So for the radios, part of it is the batteries. So the capital plan is a replacement cycle over a number of years to replace existing radios. So we're not replacing all of the radios all at once. And so, oftentimes you'll have to get the batteries for the radios, or they have to be programmed at the end of the year. So at the end of the year, we collect them, they get programming updates. That's what's in the operating budget here.
Okay, Robin.
Just a quick question on the police and fire account, because I noticed that in the athletics budget, police and security is included in the interscholastic officials line. Is that intentional that that is still there?
So that's there for specifically for games.
Okay.
Public comment.
Anyone in person would like to participate? Anyone online would like to participate? Please use the raise hand icon. There are no raised hands at this time.
Multi-year budget, Rich.
So this is the first year we included the multi-year budget at the board's request. As you can see, the first year starts with the superintendent's proposed budget. The following year, we are still expecting to have significant financial constraints in our forecasting of 5.63. It does drop to a 3.71 and then a 3.7, and I'll discuss a little bit as to why. The driving factors, so what we did, we took the existing contractual agreements that we have and moved them forward. If one of those contractual agreements expired in that specific year, whatever the terms of that last year of the agreement were, is what we carried forward for the future years. So one of the reasons why you see the amount drop over time is if you're taking the existing teachers and you're moving them through the teacher scale, eventually everybody kind of gets to that top level. So typically what happens when you get to that top level, the rate of increase is less than if you're in the middle of the grid or the lower half of the grid. But usually over time, some of those teachers leave, as we referenced the 66 that turned over, and so that will change. We also looked at health insurance, we looked at transportation contracts, we took the enrollment report that SLAM did over the next 10 years, and we forecasted out what the sections would look like at the elementary schools, as an example. We took those elementary sections at the SLAM report to base the allocation of resources for the materials related to the elementary schools. We did look at some initiatives that have been discussed internally, but not necessarily moved forward. Dr. Adley mentioned potentially a transition to Power School. I will say that is close to $250,000 investment and would take about 2 years to implement. An architectural study for the middle school, which we've discussed at facility committees meetings in the past. One of the things that have come up internally is looking at a potential culinary arts program at the high school, so an architectural study for that. The potential of an additional SSO at the high school, communications coordinator. I do want to say, because obviously we don't know the fluctuation of special education students, it does not assume any new special education students. So we're not going to make an assumption that somebody's going to move, let's say, from Stanford to Darien that has an IEP. We just obviously don't have that data, so we're not going to include that in this. It does also continue the wellness coordinator shift into the operating budget. So you saw in this first year, a third of that position hits the operating budget. In fiscal year 26, you'll see another third, so 2/3 will be in the operating budget, a third in the grant. So in the year 3, you'll see it fully into the operating budget. We did include revenue increases of 4% for our building rentals and fees and for fields, and then 4% increase in ELP tuition. We looked at the replacement cycle for technology equipment and factored that into the budget as well. And then the replacement cycle for musical instruments that Colleen spoke to earlier and factored that into the budget as well. And we did not make any additional changes for athletic coaches, given the fluctuation in.
I just wonder, those like culinary arts programs and so on, I'm putting that as a signal just down the line to look at the whole unified arts programs and the offerings that we have, and maybe an opportunity when we discuss about high school building improvements. And I failed to put on the ecology center on the island, but we'll leave that one for now.
Okay, any questions about this? Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just make a quick disclaimer for the millions of people still watching this meeting that this is not a budget?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's, this is just great conversations with our partners in town government and within ourselves, and Rich goes above and beyond what I was expecting. But it's a good look of kind of what's baked in, almost an extended version, I think, of what we did just on this year's budget. But it's going to change. So.
Jill, you mentioned this earlier. Aren't we obligated to do a school facilities conditions? Sir, what's the right you said it?
I thought it was every 3. Well, I think building condition survey, I thought was every 3 years.
So building condition survey is every 10 years. What the state's recommending is an indoor air quality survey every 3 years. And so what that is essentially testing the indoor air quality of all your buildings. So we don't have to do Ox Ridge right now because it just was built. Because there is a state project number attached to HHR. Currently, we don't have to do those for those 3. So within the next 3 years, we'll have to look at Tokenique, the high school, and the middle school.
Thank you. Just a quick timeline for my own information on when we might expect to hear presentations on these potential new initiatives. Like, would those be?
Those are really preliminary. That's sort of like flagging just an initial thought down the line in terms of.
But like the earliest, like, for example, taking Power School, the earliest that would happen would be in the next school year.
Oh,
right?
yes,
Like as
yeah,
part of
yeah.
a regular meeting and then
Yes.
going forward. Thank you.
So we aren't even discussing any of this for about a year. Yeah. No, I was just clarifying. Yeah.
Maybe a little.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. With that, we don't have it listed.
There's public comment.
Is it after this
Number
one?
3, there's a whole number 3.
Oh, full public comment.
Yeah.
Okay, full public comment.
Is there, oh, Dave,
Do we do RC 28?
You know, we don't do it anymore because we don't have anything in there.
And that's to my question, which is going to go to Rich, if you may.
Pardon?
I had a question for Rich to that point. If I may.
Okay.
Is there like GASB or other guidance as to when we can wind up this account or?
So because we show 3 years of history, we have to be 3 years of no expenses before it disappears.
Thanks, Rich.
So that's next year. So 2 years?
Full public comments. Anyone in the audience?
Anyone in the audience would like to participate in a general public comment? Anyone online, if you wish to participate, please use the raised hand icon. There are no raised hands.
Okay, with that, I will thank this board and this administration tremendously for their time and attention today. Wish everyone a safe drive home and a wonderful rest of the weekend. Take care. Motion to adjourn. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah motions, Robin seconds. All those in favor. It's unanimous.
Thank you, everyone.
Next meeting Tuesday night.